Hey guys, Joshua from Vietnam here with Nairush, or the Epistemological Nihilist. We are going to be talking about the moon landing here today and whether we think that it did or did not happen, or whether we can even know if it did or did not happen. So, Nairush, it's really nice to have you here. Can you take a second to explain a bit about yourself and I guess a
Mhm.
little bit about your epistemology as well, because that's a
Yeah,
bold claim.
yeah, sure. So, well, firstly, thank you for having me on. I'm quite looking forward to this discussion. So, yeah, in terms of my epistemology, I apply something known as Cartesian doubt or extreme skepticism to all knowledge claims. So I don't think you can. My position is quite nuanced, actually. I don't think you can actually ever know anything. So I'm somewhat of a factual relativist or an epistemological nihilist. I think knowledge is subjective, at least knowledge pertaining to this empirical universe, because all knowledge essentially boils down or regresses into unjustified presuppositional axioms, and that these are going to be based on one's psychological disposition or what I would loosely term as faith. So, for example, the question of whether God exists is not a question which is addressed using reason or empiricism. It's based on one's psychological disposition, whether they want to believe or not. And this is what I would refer to as faith. And then, after establishing this grounding or faith, I think people try to justify their position after the fact using reason or empiricism. So, essentially, it's cart before the horse stuff, and all knowledge is. So I would argue that all knowledge claims are based on some kind of intuition. But the issue is, in Western philosophy, the Enlightenment period, it cultivated this idea that all knowledge should be discernible through reason or empiricism. And from empiricism, the scientific method emerged. And knowledge that doesn't fall under this remit is considered not true knowledge. But I think one could argue that empiricism and reason cannot give you true or absolute knowledge, because if you applied Cartesian doubt, then the only thing you can know for sure is that you exist, right? In some form or the other, you are a conscious entity having a conscious experience, right? And that's where Descartes' cogito comes from. I think, therefore I am. But this movement in Western philosophy led to removing intuition as a valid source of knowledge. And when I say intuition's things like your gut feelings or perhaps extrasensory perception or knowledge that just springs forth from within you with no explanation or justification, right? It might also include revelation, things like revelation, including divine revelation. And I think you can't eliminate intuition from epistemology, because even in the scientific method, right, where does the initial hypothesis come from? You have to have a spark of creativity at the beginning of the process that leads to the idea. Yeah. And that idea can't be justified or explained through reason or empiricism, right? So actually intuition is at the heart of science. Or I would argue any knowledge that you think you have. So, I mean, that would be my first criticism of Western philosophy. I mean, I've got another major criticism, but do you want me to hold that for now and we can maybe come back to it later?
No, keep going, actually. I'd like to hear.
Oh, right, okay, it's probably just another minute. Okay, good. Yeah, so it will probably only take a minute or so to describe. But so that's my first criticism, which is to do with the philosophy of epistemology. But my second major criticism is to do with the metaphysical nature of reality. So initially with the Enlightenment thinkers, there was this openness to various metaphysical models. So Descartes advocated dualism, right? The idea that the mind and the physical universe are separate entities and they interact with one another. Mm-hmm. And then you had the likes of Berkeley and Immanuel Kant, who, with idealism, the idea that only the mind exists and everything emerges from the mind. Right. Although, granted, it's obviously a bit more nuanced than that, but just as a brief summary. And then you also, as a third approach, you had the physicalists who said everything is caused by physical or naturalistic processes. So there was an open discussion, and there were various models on the table. But then Charles Darwin came along, right, about 160 years ago, I think it was 1859, and presented his theory of evolution, and everything changed. So there was this sudden shift. now towards naturalism and naturalistic philosophy or physicalism. And I think this is largely connected to atheism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the current paradigm of the day. Yeah. And this is the current paradigm of the day. And I personally think it's a huge problem. I think I might be right in thinking the US is somewhat different because Christianity is still quite prominent there. But in the rest of the Western world, this is the starting point. You know, the education system is built on this principle, and this is taught in science classrooms as fact. And if you don't subscribe to this philosophy, then you're an outcast, right? You're thought of as being irrational and believing in magic. Whereas the truth is that belief in non-naturalism or supernaturalism is equally intelligible to belief in naturalism, right? It's just where because nobody has epistemological access to the metaphysical nature of reality. So you have to start somewhere. You have to start with an unjustified axiom or an unjustified presupposition. And I think you pointed this out in lecture that I saw in your discussion with Zeke, where you mentioned a quote from George Ellis. Is it George Ellis, the cosmologist?
Yes, the one who talks about you can look at everything both ways.
Exactly. Yeah. And he essentially said, didn't he, that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models, right? And we can only exclude certain models on philosophical grounds, right?
Yep.
So I would say for most educated people now in the Western world, at least, their model appears to be naturalism. They want to assert that everything comes about through naturalistic processes. And that's fine. That's their belief. They're entitled to have it. Sure. But the problem is they assert that it's not a belief. They claim that it's justified.
Right.
Isn't it?
They
try to justify it. And I think the new atheists. Exactly. No philosophical grounds. And the new atheists are the worst at doing this. You know, they claim that theists are irrational and that there's no evidence for a supernatural intelligence being the cause of the universe. And they, you know, and that they believe that only things that can be proven should be considered true. But there is an element of hypocrisy in their position, as their starting axiom, you know, it can't be proven either, can it? So
exactly right.
So I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, that's a brief summary of my position on what I think are the major problems in current thought today. But I'd be interested to know, you know, your opinions.
I think we're really similar in the way that we address this and take a look at it, primarily from the fact that we are both open to acknowledging that we have faith. And when we think about the modern atheists, they pretend they don't have it.
That's right.
And they absolutely are saying that there's no beliefs, there's no faith that they're operating on, and everything that they're choosing, like you said, has been proven. And then you ask them what that word means, and then they mix this science and mathematics together, and it's like those aren't the same thing. And they don't know it because they're not taught philosophy in schools. And if you're not taught philosophy in schools,
absolutely. Whereas I think,
go ahead. We're on probably like a 3-second delay, it sounds like. So if I start speaking over you, just
no, I was going to say exactly. I completely agree. Like philosophy has been pushed aside, theism has been pushed aside. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll make sure I let you finish your point then. And
do you maybe have the YouTube
no, I completely agree with
background?
you. I think the modern education system, right, it removes theism, it removes philosophy, and it focuses purely on sort of science. Sorry? No, I don't actually. Is there an echo?
No, it's just the delay has gone from like a half a second to like 4 seconds now, it seems like. So I was wondering why that delay just got so bad. Okay, we'll keep going. We'll make it through. Sorry, continue on your point.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, if it's a really bad connection, just let me know and I'll try and sort something out on my end.
Yeah, can you rejoin? Okay? Because the delay is
I'll rejoin. Yeah.
Right now. Cool.
Yeah, I'll rejoin. Okay, just give me one moment. Yeah.
Hey, Bev. Today we're going to be talking about the moon landing. Narush saw me on Modern Day Debate, and we were discussing flat Earth. And we, through our emails, we decided that the first conversation would be on whether or not we went to the moon, and then probably part two will be on the flat Earth. All right, guys. Sorry, we had a really bad delay coming from Narush, and we're just giving him a second to rejoin. And then we will probably jump right into it. First, I wanted to give him a chance to explain his philosophy. Hey, Flats, what's up, man? How are you guys? I'm waiting for my guests to rejoin, and then we will be jumping into whether or not we ever went to the moon. And I'm pretty excited because he was pretty open. He watched one of my flat Earth lectures, and he was really open to discussing. But he says he's not very good at physics and astronomy, so he wanted to start somewhere else. And I'm sure we've all had this discussion. It's really hard to convince someone who believes in the moon landing that the Earth is flat, you know? So our plan today is to talk about the moon landing, and I'm just going to go over maybe 3 or 4 major points that I think it's just utterly ridiculous. It should be a good time. Hey, Narush, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Just having issues with the camera, but should we just continue as like this, and I'll try and get the camera sorted?
Sounds good. It sounds like our delay is fixed.
Oh, good. That's good. Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Excellent. I could hear you clearly. It was just taking so long for you to respond for some reason. All right. There you go. You're back in.
Great.
We've got a couple of my friends in chat. I think they're jumping on the flat Earth train already, but we're starting with the with the moon landing today.
Yep.
So, how much do you know about the Apollo missions? I know as an American, we get movies and we get stories, and all of us pretty much can recite it from childhood. What do you get in the UK?
I think pretty much the same. I think it's probably filtered down. Yeah.
Seems like he's having some connections. Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Sorry, Joshua, about that. Yeah. So I heard your question. I don't think you heard my answer, did you?
Correct.
Yeah. So basically, I think we get exactly what you get. I think it's all filtered down to us. We get all the all the same material, all the Hollywood stuff, all the So,
how many people from the UK do you think believe it?
I would guess the majority. Yeah, I think if you disbelieve it, you're considered a little bit, shall we say, wacky, right?
That's interesting because when I moved from the U.S., I live in Vietnam now, and I got into a bar fight actually about 3.5 years ago because an Australian told me that America never went to the moon, and I was just like, "How dare you!" and it was really interesting because I've met a few people, Russians and Australians primarily, over my travels that didn't believe it, and I always thought it was just like anti-American hate. Like I never looked at it from a scientific point of view. I was just like, you just hate us because you ain't us. You're jealous that you've never been to the moon. And then I started to look in. I actually had to I wrote a friend an apology a couple of years ago. I was like, sorry that time that I punched you because you told us we should go to the
moon. Yeah, well, I can imagine many Americans are quite nationalistic and passionate about it, right?
Oh my goodness, yes.
Yeah, but I think there is a slight difference. I think between at least in the UK with the stigma associated with denying the moon landings compared to denying the globe Earth, the heliocentric model. With the latter being much more intense. I think if you're a flat earther, you're considered way out there. But moon landings are a bit more acceptable to deny, but you're still considered a little little strange, shall we say.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So we'll go over the official story first, and I've got this painted in a way that we don't usually talk about it, and I've done this for a reason. I want to go way back to Goddard, which is what the main research center in Maryland, which is where I grew up, is named after. So I've heard his name my whole life, and he was the first American rocketeer. In 1918, he makes basically the first bazooka, which I've got pictured here on the right. Then after that, he builds this little tiny liquid rocket that doesn't go very far and pretty much explodes. This is 1926. The U.S. military was approaching him, trying to get him to do things and trying to get him to work for him, but he was very anti-military, so he didn't really take much heed. But he did design one or two rockets for them like this. And then in the 30s, I don't have this written, but in the 30s, an Australian tried to do mail by rocket that failed miserably. But in 1942, we get the first real successful rocket launch. The official story is that in 1942, Werner von Braun sent a V2 rocket up 83 kilometers. Not sure how true that is, but that is what the official story says. And I'm pretty sure this picture is actually from 1942, which really blew me away when I was doing the research today, because it means the V2 rocket did not change very much during the course of World War II. Almost like it was ready to rock, and then nothing got altered. Then the war ends, and the only thing that rockets really have been used for is to rain down pure hellfire onto the UK. But then Operation Overcast launches, which gets renamed into Operation Paperclip. Have you heard of that before? Oh, hey, can you hear me?
I have. Sorry, no, I haven't actually. No, I'd be grateful if you could. I've heard of it, but I've no idea what it is.
So Operation Paperclip has a sister operation by the Russians called a word I'm not going to try to say. But what we did is we pulled 1,600 Nazi scientists and their families, so about 8,000 people in total, completely pardoned them, and then put them to work in our space program. And the Russians did the same, but with more of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the director of NASA in 1958, when NASA was started, was the man who designed the V2 rocket, was the man who convinced Hitler to extend the war an extra year, was the man directly responsible for probably like 3 million deaths if you count the extra extension of the war. And we gave him one of the highest paying jobs in the U.S. government.
Mm-hmm.
And in 1946, NACA, which was created, which is the North American, I don't remember. It's an aeronautics program. It turned into NASA. I'm drawing a blank on the C. And 1957, Russia puts their first and second satellites, Sputnik 1 and 2, up into orbit. And because of that, we signed an executive order and create NASA in 1958. But we do launch a satellite using a balloon called the Explorer 1 in 1958 in January. And that was basically done through a guy named Van Allen. He basically tied the satellite to a balloon, went up to the North Pole, and launched it like that. And then NASA gets created 6 months after that. And that was our very first rocket. That was the Atlas B, the very first rocket that NASA ever launched. Then things speed up in a way that doesn't really make that much sense. So in April, Russia sends Yuri into outer space, and he's the first man ever in space. May 5th, we follow with Alan Shepard. Everybody knows his name. He spends 5 minutes in space. And then 20 days later, JFK promises on the Senate floor to the entire world that the United States will reach the moon by 1969. After 5 minutes in space. This is the official story. Like, this is what Wikipedia will tell you.
Mm-hmm.
And then it takes us about a little bit longer, about 8 more months, and then we send Glenn up there, and he spends 25 hours in space, and apparently he orbits, I think, like 20 times during that day. I'm not entirely sure how much, I've forgotten. Then JFK comes out with the very famous speech, "We choose to go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it is hard." The one that everybody knows. That was in September of 1962. So JFK is doubling down, essentially saying that we are going to go by the end of the decade, totally arbitrarily. And like you can see, we really have no space navigation. We can barely do anything. Even in the official story, we have absolutely nothing. And here we are. We have our president basically hinging everything that he is on this. Then the USSR sets up the Proton rocket, which is the first one that supposedly would have payloads that could handle something like a space station. Because remember, the original plan from Wernher von Braun was that we needed to make a space station before we could ever even get close to the moon. I've got a drawing of this up here. This is a documentary that he did, Wernher von Braun, who was the Nazi that took over NASA, with Disney, believe it or not. And so this was his plan, to make this kind of space station that looks directly out of 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And he was saying that there's no way, because of the tyranny of the rocket equation, there's no way that we possibly could send a rocket from Earth to the moon. So we must instead build a space station, man the space station, build a rocket, dock it at the space station, and then send the rocket from the space station to the moon. And so the Proton was essentially, we'll get into that, Flatzoid. Flatzoid's making a joke about how Nixon used a landline to call the moon. So the space station was supposed to be launched up piece by piece in these stage rockets, which look exactly like what SpaceX has today. Exactly like SpaceX has today. We haven't had any innovation since Wernher von Braun. And then this mothership is supposed to control the assembly of this International Space Station. And then after that, only after that, will we send a rocket from the space station to the moon. Like I said, this is from Disney and Wernher von Braun in 1958. They made this clip that I'm showing here. Let's see if I can jump to the part that I'm looking for. There's the ship coming from the space station to the moon. That was the original plan. And that was all abandoned, I guess, because someone realized that we couldn't get to the moon, so it didn't matter anymore. We're not clearly sure why. Wernher von Braun wrote books extensively and basically said that it is the only way. Just like right now, if you listen to NASA's official story, the only way technically to get to Mars is to launch from the moon. The official story right now is to be able to have a rocket powerful enough to get there. The only way to have a rocket powerful enough to get to Mars with the gravitational pull is you need to launch it somewhere with weaker gravity than the Earth. Flatzoid, who's a flat earther, is making jokes about he's of my opinion that rockets wouldn't work in a vacuum. So in 1967, 2 years after, you see there's really nothing going on from NASA here. We run Gemini, which doesn't really do anything. We send some more satellites up. And then we have the Apollo 1 crew, who's pretty infamous for saying that this isn't going to work. And they're talking about how they can't even communicate 2 buildings over. So how in the world are they ever going to get to the moon? And then surprise, surprise, the next day they die in a fire in a training accident. And once again, we're even talking mainstream here. The mainstream story is that there were oil-soaked rags under their seats, and the families of these astronauts have actually sued the U.S. government for being involved directly in their death. I'm not even in any conspiracy theories yet. I'm just talking mainstream. It seems pretty obvious that the U.S. government killed the Apollo 1 crew. Lo and behold, a year later, we're able to orbit the moon without a single failure, despite the fact that the Russians have beaten us to every step, despite the fact that the Russians have more powerful rockets, more scientists, and more money, and an entire communist workforce that's owned by the state, all working towards one thing. Despite all of that, American exceptionalism prevails, and the Americans can do it because we've got grit, damn it. And then 1 year later, perfectly on cue with JFK's promise in 1961, we make it to the moon in 1969. Now, JFK is dead by now, and President Nixon is in control. We all know Nixon for being such a model of an honest human being, and so it is pretty interesting that Nixon is the only president or leader in the history of mankind that's ever taken a human to the moon. Every single Apollo mission in the United States was done under Nixon. Every single one. So when we look at this, it's 10 years and 11 months and 18 days from the creation of NASA to the successful moon launch. How long have we been trying to go back? Now, that's a bit of a vague question, because I remember when I was a kid, Bush Sr. says we're going to the moon. Clinton says, nah, we're going to Mars. Bush says, nah, we're going to the moon. Obama says, nah, we're going to Mars. And now Trump's in. So he's like, back to the moon, baby. And I'm sure whoever wins next is just going to change it. Like, nah, we'll go to Mars first, and then we'll never, ever go anywhere. But yeah, 1972 was the last successful launch. That's 50 years now. And it only took them 10 years, 11 months, and 18 days from the creation. And you hear all kinds of crazy things. You're gonna hear like, oh well, NASA doesn't have the budget they once did, and that's all nonsense. We'll look at the budget a little later on, but they're making over $60 million a day right now. They could end world hunger. They certainly should be able to get to the moon. Nixon didn't go to the first launch, believe it or not. The president of the United States, where we're talking our entire identity of a nation, is bound up in this. This is us showing our American exceptionalists to overcome the evil Ruskies, right? And he didn't even bother to attend. LBJ goes there, who's no longer president, and his vice president Agnew did go to all the launches, but Nixon doesn't go to a single moon launch until Apollo 14. It's interesting when we look at Apollo 13. Do you know the story from Apollo 13? Have you seen the Tom Hanks movie? Narush, have you seen the Tom Hanks movie of Apollo 13?
Oh, yes, I have, yeah.
Yeah, you have? Okay. Sounds like we're on that delay again. Okay, so Apollo 13 is a really wild story.
I've seen the movie, but I can't remember the main theme behind Apollo 13.
Okay, then let me go over it again. So Apollo 13, as they're on their way to the moon.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, we just got that delay back. So Apollo 13, as they're on their way to the moon, they mix the oxygen in their tanks, and there's a spark, and then all of a sudden they lose like half their oxygen, and they're unable to get to the moon. And everybody thinks they're going to die, except American exceptionalism prevails, and we find a way for them to go around the moon, slingshot through its gravitational field, and come all the way back without a single casualty, just like a Hollywood film. And if you read it, it's just like a Hollywood film. And I've got this Hill article up down here about when flights to the moon stopped being boring, because when Apollo 12 happened, they interrupted the regular programming. Now, this is back in the day when there was only like 4 or 5 television or channels on television in the U.S. So they interrupted infamously I Love Lucy for the Apollo 12 landing, and the amount of complaints that the cable news network had were astronomical. Americans stopped caring. We won. We beat the Russians. There's nothing there. I don't get to go to the moon, so nobody cared. So magically, right on cue, Apollo 13 happens with all the drama and all the thrilling aspects that are needed to bring America back into the soap opera that is the Russian race, right? Now people's lives are in danger, and NASA has to work overtime, and they have to design these filters with only things that are available on the shuttle, and they have to use the LEM in a way the LEM's not supposed to be used. But God damn it, our guys have so much grit, they just get through it because they're Americans, and that's what Americans do. And just to reiterate, this is from the Richard Nixon Foundation. The president would not be attending Apollo 13's launch, but the call nonetheless lifted the astronaut spirits. He gave them a call to wish him good luck. What foresight he had right before their catastrophic event happened. Because they were the true Americans. Jim Lovell, like, if my dad will die before he stops believing in Jim Lovell. Like, he absolutely thinks that that man is what makes America great. Holds on to him like a teddy bear. It's crazy. When I first told my dad I didn't think we went to the moon landing, he told me I had no soul.
Did they?
Go ahead.
Did they? Did Nixon give a reason for not attending the launches? Do you know?
I have not been able to.
I was just saying, did Nixon give a reason for not attending the launches, as far as you're aware?
Yeah, we're on that delay, so I'm going to have to give you a pause. I have not found a reason apart from the fact that the president was busy. But it launched from Florida, and he's in D.C. It should have been a very easy trip. Trump makes it to SpaceX launches. So the Flatzoid's pointing out accurately that they're using the same tech as basically a Nintendo. I don't even think the Nintendo 64. I think the N64 is more powerful than the command module in the Apollo landing. So taking a look at Space Odyssey, this is a really, really famous film, and it's famous for its visual effects. And I get this from people who think we went to the moon all the time. They're like, well, don't you know in 1968 we didn't have Photoshop? How could everything be CGI? And they're forgetting that Stanley Kubrick spent $10 million and 5 years he spent on this film, which was astronomically long in the 60s. He spent 5 years on this film getting it ready. Nobody really knows where the funding is. I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories say the funding came from the government, but I was trying to prove that today, and I could not. I can't find a root source of where this money comes from. It looks like it's Kubrick's own money, in all honesty, which is really hard to believe, but that was where the rabbit trail led that I was looking at today. So we know that Kubrick did excellent work with his beautiful film that actually looks better than the Apollo missions. Let's be totally honest. It looks more realistic. The anti-gravity effects are way, way better. And this was released right on schedule a year before we made it to the moon. So it's absolute ridiculousness that people are going to say that because we didn't have computers to do CGI is the reason why we know it's real. And these shots are from that Disney special that I just showed you a beginning of. You can see the book floating here, the canteen floating there. And I'm sorry, but this moon shot looks more realistic from 1958 than the one that the Chinese did when they just supposedly landed their probe on the backside of the moon 3 years ago. I don't know if you saw those pictures, but they're so obviously animated. I'm pretty sure because this one was actually done by Walt Disney in 1958. I'm pretty sure that he made a model of the moon and then shot the model. He just filmed the model. That's how he did. You know, Walt Disney was a genius with his presentation and his display. He redefined animation completely. And then Kubrick worked closely with him. Both 33rd degree Masons is the one that I think probably was in charge of all this. And the most crazy thing, like you said earlier, and you're pretty much right on cue, that our nationalism and our patriotism is our nationalism and patriotism as Americans is very much tied into the moon landing. And they did this on purpose, and they did this wonderfully. Over 400,000 Americans in some aspect worked on the Apollo mission. Absolutely insane. We farmed out to so many contractors and things were so compartmentalized. Like, okay, maybe all you did was make the lug nuts that went on the luggage trolley that got wheeled up the ladder, but still it's in your mind that you worked on the moon landing, so they can't be fake. And you tell your children, oh, I worked on the moon landing. And then they tell their children, oh, grandpa worked on the moon landing. And so a father of 3 becomes a grandpa of 6 and a great grandpa to 30. And a brother of 4 becomes an uncle of 10. And then these tall tales just grow and grow and grow. And I've even talked to Americans and like, my granddad did this. I was like, what did he do? What did he do? What did he do? Okay, he never went to any NASA facility. He never saw a rocket in his life. He made gaskets for a living. And then one day NASA called him and said, hey, we need 2,000 of this gasket. So he sent it to him. He didn't do crap. It's like we were talking about before in our epistemology. When we start off of an assumption, it takes very little evidence for it to be a fact in our brain. Yeah. And this worked. Like I know at least 10 people who have family that worked, quote unquote, in the Apollo missions. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find a single American who can't go back to someone, unless you take like a first generation American. If you take someone whose family has been here since the 50s, I don't think it can be done. They're going to know at least a friend of theirs' dad's at the very least. Yeah. So then we get to looking at things, and I want to listen to something. So I'm going to pull it up here. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
So what we're listening to here, this is the actual transmission that comes from Apollo 11. This is Neil Armstrong talking to Houston. This is the actual recording. And I've got a really, really big problem with how this went down, because these guys should be about 4 feet from this engine that I've got pictured here.
50 down and 2.5. 19 forward.
Okay, Bob, I'll be standing by for your call out shortly.
Right. 3.5 down, 220 feet. 13 forward. 11 forward, coming down nicely, 200 feet. 4.5 down, 5.5 down.
You're calling out the altitude.
1060, 6.5 down, 5.5 down. 9 forward.
Low level? Low level.
Good. 1020 feet.
This rocket engine is feet away from their
3.5
face.
down, 9 forward. 5%. How many bites?
Listen to how smooth their voice is. It's not like,
375.
all right, Houston, I'm coming down now. We're going to be
60 seconds.
60 seconds.
60 seconds.
Not a care in the world. He's not nervous.
Down 2.5. Forward.
Just another day in the training simulation. Not if he comes down a little bit too hard, he's completely dead, along with his friend and all of America watching.
30 feet, 2.5 down. Fake shadow.
Stand by for 30.
4 forward. 4 forward. Drift into the right a little.
30.
He's
30
seconds.
seconds. 30
He could
seconds.
run into a crater and die. He doesn't care. All right.
Contact light.
They didn't polish up the audio quite so much that
ETA at a descent. Mode control both auto. Descent engine command override off. Engine arm off.
This is the original audio. There's not been any editing or anything.
We've had shutdown.
airhead now.
Get down, Eagle. Okay, everybody.
All right. They made it.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Right.
The Eagle has landed. They made it. And you can hear when they say turn off the engine. This is the engine that's behind it. 45 kilonewtons of thrust. This is roughly the size, if you know anything about model rockets. This is between an O and a P. So I've got a video here I'll play of an O rocket taking off.
Oh, I didn't see Neil. Oh, yeah, we got Neil too. But, you know, he's just shooting single frames, and Bob shoots 10,000 frames.
So this is a model rocket. It's still civilian legal, and this is using O. So this is like almost 3/4 of the strength of the descent engine on the LEM. Of course, it's going down, but they say it's a 6th gravity, so they don't need something quite that strong. So he's about to launch this up. A P would have been a little bit too powerful, so this was the closest one I could find. We'll skip him talking a bit. Yeah, I think it's about to go.
Clear range. We are launching warped reality in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1.
That's a foot away from his face. But nothing. No variance in his voice. Like, it should at the very least sound like he's sitting on a dryer or something with a little bit of shake to his voice. But there's absolutely nothing. Just calm and as clear as can be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then pretty much after that, without any event in Apollo 11, no navigational issues, which is amazing considering how many times we've redefined the equation for gravity since 1969. It's amazing that they had no problems with how wrong we were. And they're on the moon, and we know they're on the moon because we see this footprint, right? This is a pretty famous one. You've seen it before. And there are a lot of questions, and a lot of skeptics will go into the fact that what is it? How rigid the edges are on the footprint would only really be possible if there was moisture in the sand. I think that's a pretty good bet, but it's not that empirical. The shadows also bother me, but I know you've seen the shadows before. But here's what bothers me a lot more. How come the 30,000-pound LEM does not indent the soil, but the 300-pound man does? Why is that pad not buried? And like to put it in perspective, it's 32,500 pounds with both astronauts on board. And now we do know that, we do know that there's only a sixth of gravity on the moon, but that's still 5,400 pounds that's landing on that dust that a man's footprint makes without any resistance whatsoever. And it just rests there. Just rests there. No burn marks under the LEM. No divot from the descent engine. I showed you how powerful that rocket was. That's coming down right there and landing on the sand, but there's nothing. No dust kicked up from the engine so that maybe the LEM would be a little bit dusty or dirty like the astronauts' pants clearly get throughout this. There's absolutely nothing. And it's so obviously placed on there. Look how deep. Does my mouse work? Yeah, look how deep these footprints are here. But then you take a look at this, and there's absolutely no indent. There's nothing at all. It's absolute inconsistency to its extreme. And since they did this on Apollo 11, they had to follow through so that Apollo 12, 13, not 13, it didn't hit the moon. Apollo 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17 all look just gently tossed on the soil like this, like it was lowered down. And then you could argue, oh, well, it was lowered down because of the descent engine. That's literally what the descent engine's designed to do. And if you play some Kerbal Space Program, you know that, but that's fine. But why isn't there a giant hole under the descent engine? Why isn't there burn marks? Why wasn't there dust kicked up? Why do all the video footage show clear as day out as they land? Why could Neil Armstrong navigate through a window as he's coming down? This one's Apollo 12, just to reiterate the point. Apollo 12 now, absolutely no different. You can see there's not a mark. I guess the left pad's a little bit buried on this one, just a tad bit, not bad, but they forgot to do the right one. And when we're going at shadows, I know you've looked at this already, so I don't have any specifically prepared. But you know that when you walk outside and the sun is your only light source, every shadow goes in the same direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is that light source?
That's.
And thank goodness they fixed it before they took this picture. Now the shadows are totally different. I spent like 10 minutes staring at this picture trying to figure out what leg it would be. And it has to be this leg that we're zoomed in on, because we can see the sensor, the landing sensor right here, and we see the landing sensor's shadow. But now this guy's shadow goes in a completely different direction. So the light source is moved in that point. And if you're going to tell me the sun's moved, you've got to remember that it takes 28 days for a day to happen on the moon. So every 24-hour period, the sun will move in proportion to the moon as much as it would on Earth by 1 hour.
Okay.
And once again, taking a look at that descent engine, it's up to 9,000 pounds of thrust. The man's foot buries into the sand, but the 9,000-pound thrust engine, nothing. Do you know what Armstrong's line is? Have you heard of that before? That's the point in our atmosphere when you hit about 60,000 feet where there's so little pressure that water starts to boil just at room temperature. So if you take a cup of water and you put it in a vacuum chamber, even if you just went into your hardware store around the corner and built a vacuum chamber just out of stuff you could find there, you could make water boil at room temperature. It's relatively that easy. And this goes into probably the biggest crux of my point, what I spent the most time today diving down into. This is a story about Jim LeBlanc. I want to show you them testing his spacesuit real quick. Before 2010, this is the only video I can find of NASA testing a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. Now they usually test them in a pool. And I don't really understand how you're going to go somewhere where there's more pressure to simulate an environment where there's zero pressure. But nonetheless, we test them now in the pool. There is one video online I can find that's about 5 years old where they say there's an astronaut in a spacesuit in a vacuum. But like, there's no way for me to see that it's a vacuum. Like, they could have done anything. They could have put a balloon behind him so we watch it explode to know that it's a vacuum. They could have put a cup in there to watch it boil. They could have put a pressure gauge and he just held the pressure gauge and then the pressure gauge would have changed. Like, they could have done anything to verify this experiment, and they didn't. They just had a locked camera completely on him, and then they say the test's over. But here is what appears to be a real one.
But the ultimate and most dangerous test was a huge, specially constructed vacuum chamber.
They were able to pull all the air out to create a big vacuum, just like it would be on the moon. That way we could test our suits to make sure there was no leakage.
One such test narrowly avoided disaster. Jim LeBlanc was the test subject in the vacuum chamber. Cliff Hess, the supervising engineer outside.
Jim, while you're exercising, I'd like you to stay intermediate all the time, okay? I'm pretty cool right now. Okay, well, you'll warm up here in a minute, so let's stay right here if you can stand it.
The testing started just normally, like they all do. And Jim was at a vacuum in the spacesuit.
Well, I feel pretty good here.
With all the air sucked out, all that protected him was his pressurized suit. Then something happened.
I heard over the headset that he was losing suit pressure.
The tube pressurizing his suit had become disconnected. He was in serious danger.
There really wasn't any feeling. It was just happening so fast, trying to get the chamber back to a safe pressure and Jim to a safe pressure inside the suit.
As I stumbled backwards, I could feel the saliva on my tongue starting to bubble just before I went unconscious. And that's kind of the last thing I remember.
Essentially, he had no pressure on the outside of his body. And that's a very unusual case to get. And there's very little in the medical literature as to what happens when you have that. There's a lot of conjecture, that your fluids will boil.
Within 25 seconds, a co-worker sitting in a partially pressurized antechamber and wearing an oxygen mask was able to dash in. At the normal rate of repressurization, it would have taken 30 minutes to make the chamber safe. Hess repressurized it in just over a minute.
That's much, much faster than you would ever come down in an airplane. It would really hurt your ears if you did that.
Finally, it was safe to let a doctor in. Miraculously, LeBlanc had already regained consciousness.
When I stood up in the chamber, I felt fine. My ears ached a little bit from the course of rapid repressurization. And that's basically the only effect I had.
You know, this is one of the few instances where anybody was ever exposed to that low of a pressure and lived to tell about it with no obvious damage.
Such an accident in space would have been fatal. But thanks to testing like this, no astronaut has ever had to face a similar situation.
But they never did any other tests as far as I can tell. But they say thanks to that, and he never got even close to a vacuum. He just got to a low pressure system. That's it. His suit exploded before they got even close. And this is why when Wernher von Braun originally talked before the moon landings got so political, it's why that he designed rigid spacesuits. These are the spacesuits that he designed in that video that I just showed you, right? They're totally made out of metal and plexiglass. I assume it's plexiglass. To allow the astronauts to do their EVAs, and they would need robotic arms to do everything, because he just knew that there's no way you could have a flexible cloth suit in a vacuum. Like, it's just absolutely not possible. Yet, NASA hires a bra manufacturer, literally a woman's brassiere manufacturer, to make the spacesuit. Right? Like, probably the most critical and the most scientific part that's needed, right? It's the most difficult, the one that we don't have any understanding of how to do it. And we assign it to a company called Playtex for some unknown reason, which made bras. And we give them, like, this is from the Smithsonian. Once again, I'm not even at conspiracy theories. This is official narrative. Everything that I'm showing you so far is official narrative. And one more thing I want to show you, just to demonstrate the strength of the vacuum. That is a tanker where they hook up a pump and just pump it until it's got a low enough pressure. Once again, not even close to a vacuum, and just being around. Now, it's obviously the opposite effect what would happen, whereas the spacesuits would want to explode out, but just absolutely, completely destroys just by pumping the air out. That's it. If you know any scuba divers, you can talk to them about how much they fear a pressure differentiation, pressure differentiation, because they say that a human being can be sucked through a hole that's 1.5 inches, so about that big, if there's enough pressure difference while they're scuba diving and underwater, and all it takes is a drain pipe, and it will liquefy the human's bones and suck them through, because there's really nothing stronger that we know of than these pressure differences. They start hurricanes, they cause tornadoes, they create water spouts. Like, there's not much more besides pressure equalizing. So now I want to talk about what I spent most of my day collecting data on, because going on top of that Armstrong line, I wanted to have quite a few more things, but this took me a bit longer to go over than I thought. We're going to be looking at a couple cameras here on Apollo 16 specifically. So the way that these numbers work is this middle number here is the magazine number. the first number, that AS16, is the launch number, and then the last number is the picture number. So here are two pretty normal pictures from the moon landing, and this time, this 125, is how many hours after launch it was. So everything in the Apollo flight logs counts up from the second they launched. So this was 125 hours and 30 minutes about after they launched. The astronauts are taking pictures of their stuff using magazine 114 and camera number 39. It's a little bit hard to see, but you can see the camera number by looking at the very bottom of the picture. It would print the camera number at the very bottom. So that's how I know that they're 39, and I know that I'm looking at the same one. If anyone's interested, you can see the actual numbers. So if you just Google any of these numbers at the top, you'll get the exact pictures that I'm getting. I've taken all these pictures from NASA today. So at 148 hours and 18 minutes, we're using camera 39, and we've got magazine 107. And all right, we see some light bending because they're not very good photographers, but all in all, the pictures look relatively okay. And then all of a sudden, starting on magazine 114, picture 18,444 at 148 hours, 27 minutes after launch, we have this brown smudge. I might pull up a better shot of that so you can see it. One second. That's not the same image, but it is the same smudge, so it gets my point across. So you see that brown smudge that's there on that picture?
Yeah.
All right, that's what we're going to be talking about. And you can see it's pretty much the same pattern as on this picture. That one's just like 3 pictures after in the slide. We continue to see it. It doesn't go away for the rest of the mission as long as that camera is used. We see it both in EVA-2 and EVA-3. Now, Apollo 16 is a really interesting one. I don't know if you know this, but they spent 72 hours on the moon. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. They didn't have toilets or anything. They just had their suits. Yeah. And they spend 72 hours on the moon. They go out 3 times, like with nothing to do. There's literally, when you're in your suit in the LEM, there's no room to move. You have maybe about 20 centimeters of clearance on each side of you, and you just have to sit there. So the official story is the 3 times that they were out of the lunar module for about an hour and a half each. All other 69 hours, they're sitting perfectly still in the LEM, going to the bathroom in their suits. That's the official story. Yeah, absolute insanity. And now, what is that smudge is something we really would like to know. So NASA claims these are official images of the journals. If you guys want to check them out, the links are below. But at around 130 hours, they're in between EVA 1 and EVA 2. And so what NASA claims is that Charlie Duke, who's probably the dumbest astronaut or the smartest astronaut, and he's trying to tell us all it's fake. I can't tell. He's either brilliant or he's dumb. I can't tell. One of the two. He's either trying to blow the whistle or he's just so incompetent he can't help. But according to according to NASA, Charlie Duke wipes down the back plate of the camera with a damp cloth and then leaves water residue on the camera back plate, which then goes into the vacuum of space and leaves, I guess, a dirt residue there. And that's what caused it. So it's in between EVA 1 and EVA 2, and they're saying it's on the camera, which was camera 39 that we saw that. Right. Now, I am going to call some shenanigans here because these are 2 different magazines. Same camera. They're both 39. It's a little bit hard to see, but if you check these numbers right down there at the bottom, you can see the 39 there, but not really there. But we know that they're the same camera. This is at around 148 hours. So this is about 18 hours after supposedly Charlie Duke wiped the back plate. These pictures are taken about 5 minutes apart. Same camera, different magazine. He runs out of film in magazine 107 and reloads magazine 114. Flatzoid asking about what the tires are made out of. I also once thought that the tires were a proof that we didn't go to the moon, but they used pressurized rubber tires in the training manuals. But then actually what they supposedly sent to the moon was a hollow metal mesh tire. So when you find bits and pieces from the Apollo journals that are talking about how much to inflate the tire, what PSI to inflate the tire, they're talking about the training rovers. I got mixed up on that one too. The tires are a mesh metal, and there are a couple of high quality images I can show you. They look kind of like a rigid chainmail. Yeah, we're gonna watch them. What happened during those 4 minutes or 3 minutes about between those two pictures being shot. We're gonna watch that.
Okay, back to station 10, Charlie. Okay.
And Charlie, before you get on there, we'd like the DAC on at 12 frames per second.
Alrighty, Rudy.
I like that theory.
Yeah, everybody told me this.
So I'd like to point out here from all the beautiful, beautiful shots you've seen on the moon, the Hasselblad 70 millimeter cameras that they were using had their viewfinder completely removed, and they were bolted to the astronaut's chest. So those perfect shots that you see where the American flag's just beautiful, vibrant, perfect center frame with the LEM in the background and the rover just off to the side. Remember, those were taken by non-photographers without a viewfinder and a camera bolted to their chest. And it wasn't digital. It's not like they could take 50 pictures and choose one. No, they're nailing these shots first time every time.
That mountain, I said, man, I wouldn't believe it. This is a real beauty.
So he's just told NASA that he's run out of film. They've asked him to change the transmission to 12 frames per second and replace the magazine.
Okay, Tony, I'm leaving with about 161. I got 100. Right. 165. I probably was right over to the house and get the TV on that. Do you want me to change the mags, Tony?
Have both change? Yeah, let's both change.
Yeah, well, I assume they'd have to park where the
Did you say both change? Okay. Tony, I don't have a black and white left.
TV lighting and stuff.
He's got no black and white magazines left, so he's got to use that other color one. So he's changing from magazine 107 to magazine 114. If you guys are watching, taking a look at that picture.
Experiment slide. How close are you going to have to drive up to that station?
Okay. Okay, magazine Bravo's got something in it. A few frames. It used about 50 on it yesterday, and we can use magazine Delta. Both put color on. Is that okay, Tony?
Okay, that sounds fine. Let's put Bravo on John since he doesn't shoot while he's driving. Surgeon flight.
Okay.
Surgeon flight.
Got to hold it back and then pop it. There you go. Hold that and pop her loose. There you go. Which one, Charlie? Delta for me and Bravo for you.
Also, keep in mind, according to the official story, they did not have an antenna above their suits. So for some reason on the video, you constantly see this spark. Most conspiracy theories go to it's the wire that's supporting their weight. But if you look at the still pictures, there's no antenna there. Some of the still pictures have an antenna over here to the side, and then some don't. And then they'll have these hooks on the side that disappear and reappear. But look at that. What light is catching that? That's not where the sun is.
Capability.
Oh, is that the end of it? All right, so he changes the magazine from 107 to 114. If you look at pictures taken on 114 the day before, there's no smudge, and right after there is a smudge. And now we get to my proposal of what this smudge really is. I like Flatzoid's theory that it's an alien, but I've got something different. So I'm referring here to the Technical Air-to-Ground Voice Transmission Manual. This is something like 3,000 pages, and it literally writes down every word they said to each other. All right. So get those bags out there. Okay, Houston, do you read us? Over? Yeah, we read you fine, Charlie. Okay, we had one heck of a time getting our helmets off. It turns out that this orange juice is the best cement you've ever seen. It seeped right down in between the seals of my pressurized suit. Explain that one for me. In between the seals and the helmet and the ring, and we couldn't get the thing off or unlocked without a great effort. But we managed. We're both out now. NASA makes a joke about we may have a new market for orange juice. And if you look a little bit over, this is pretty much directly after this happened. All right. So you should have a tone, a vent flag, a press flag, and an earful of orange juice. Yep. An earful of orange juice. So they have Tang. They have a straw of Tang inside their suits that they can drink from and look over. And it notoriously would malfunction all the time during training simulations. So it seems to me that the Tang malfunctioned, and when he was replacing the magazine, orange juice seeped down into the film. And so what we see from this camera after this is every single picture has this smudge, including the day after. The next day, the picture still has the smudge, only it's not light anymore. Now it's dark, almost as if the orange juice dried. And so there's a couple points to make here. One, how is orange juice leaking out of a helmet in space? And two, how is the orange juice sitting? I mean, how is it not boiling as it leaks out? Right? Like it sits on there and it even dries. If they were in an absolute vacuum, there would be no liquid for it even to leak, let alone the fact that if it could leak out of their spacesuits, they'd be completely dead. The orange juice actually seeps in between the seals, is what he says. That's not what a seal is supposed to do. It should get to the border of a seal and stop. Now we have these spacesuits made by a bra company that can hold back the vacuum of space and keep the pressure inside for our astronauts, but it can't stop orange juice from getting into the seal between the helmet. This is a serious problem. No, I'm a bit disorganized because I ran out of time. I do apologize. So what we hear the most of when we're talking about what's going on, why is it that 10 years, 11 months, and 8 days we can get to the moon and now we can't do it over and over? What the Americans will always tell you is, oh, America lost interest in the space program. We stopped funding it. And then they'll use this chart right here where they show NASA as budget percentage of the federal budget. And you can see that come 1971, it really starts to drop. But this is an argument done by people who don't really quite understand what happened in 1971 when Richard Nixon took America off the gold standard. Once Richard Nixon took America off the gold standard, our budget just started to skyrocket. So as a percentage, NASA came less. But if we look at it just in order, this is how much money NASA is actually getting. We see 69 when they finally land. Okay, they're at a bit of a peak there, 4.2 million. And then it resurges a bit down to just 3. But then by the 80s, it's back higher than it ever was. By 81, no less. That's still 40 years ago. And then every single year since 1981, it just grows and 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 grows. Now they're at $22 billion, or they're $22 billion a year. They're at $60 million a day they get right now. $60 million a day. Absolutely insane. Platoid's bringing up the light sources and the angles, and yeah, if we go through the pictures just on all of them, there's so many different pictures where you can see that the rock's shadows go one way, the footprint shadow goes another, the astronauts' shadows go one. There's one where even two astronauts are standing next to each other and their shadows are pointing towards each other, which means that's at least two light sources. So it's pretty interesting. I think that's the end of what I had time to prepare. I only got about 5 or 6 hours to work on this. I was hoping to have a bit more, but a part 2 can come. But this is some of the least common, I would say, arguments that people make. These aren't ones that I hear that many people. There was a guy who turned me on to the orange juice, but the footprints and the sound, this was me trying to prove it to my dad. Like I listened to the entire log of every single Apollo mission back in the day, and I've watched all the footage. I've seen all the pictures, but on like very fast slideshows. I think there's something like 55,000 pictures in total from the Apollo missions. Absolutely insane. So I would put them on a slideshow and just sit there and watch it like a TV show. But it's absolute insanity. So Narush, why don't I've been talking nonstop for about 45 minutes. Why don't you give me some feedback?
Sure. Well, is there a delay on my sound, or can you pick me up okay?
It sounds good now.
All right, great. Oh, great. That's great. Yeah, so thanks, Joshua. That was really interesting, and there were quite a few arguments there which I haven't come across before or heard before. I did jot down a couple of. Yeah, well, it was great. I did jot down a couple of questions.
You could have interrupted me, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, I wasn't sure whether my sound was okay, so I thought I'd just wait till the end.
That's cool.
But interestingly, you mentioned 400,000 workers on the all the Apollo missions combined, right? But presumably only a small percentage of those would have this. If it was staged, only a small percentage of those, is that right, would have the inside knowledge. What do you think?
My guess is under 100, not 100,000, under 100 people. So there's a quote that I can find in a book, but I couldn't originally source it, so I didn't put it in there, that says that the guys at Houston could not tell the difference between the real moon landing and a training simulation. Their training simulations were so perfect that it was just which server the data was coming through. Because remember, they're just looking at terminal screens the whole time. It's not like now where they've got live feed every time, right? So I think that it was just, they just went through the parameters of another training simulation. And I think that a lot of, especially the voice calls, were done live. Maybe the chief on the floor in Houston knew it was fake, but in my thinking, there's no way the average guys at the computers did. There's no way.
Yeah, I see. And if it's under 100 people, that would be very easy to keep under wraps, wouldn't it? To keep, and you could probably threaten them.
Yeah, especially when you kill the first 3 astronauts from Apollo 1, right? Then everybody knows you're in business.
Yeah, and I understand there was some what's the word? Curiosity over the astronauts when they came back. I know from the Apollo 11 mission, isn't it? Armstrong was sort of became quite reclusive, didn't he? And didn't talk about it much, did he?
He turned into an absolute alcoholic and stopped doing public appearances within just a few years after. Buzz Aldrin is in the spotlight every chance he gets, though.
Yeah, so he was thriving on it, wasn't he? He was quite.
He absolutely was.
Yeah, that's true. But do you know, some of the points you made, I think I have heard reasonable rebuttals from people who, obviously support the moon landing. Like the footprints, they'll say, well, it comes down slowly, right? Or it comes down quite slowly, so you might not be able to see the indentations in the surface. Is that right?
That works fine for the
how they justify that.
That works fine for the foot pads, but then there's a logical inconsistency there of why there's no mark from the descent engine, right? So if you look at when Elon Musk was trying to land these rockets on the Earth, they would make these giant craters because they're pushing down at 9,000 pounds. So if your argument is, oh, the 5,400 relative pounds of the LEM wouldn't create the indent because it was being offset by a rocket, then the rocket needs to create the indent. The pressure must go somewhere. If the rocket's pushing off the moon to lower it down gracefully, then we should see burn marks. We should see a hole. We would see obvious. If I took a leaf blower to that surface, I could make a hole relatively quickly. When we can tell that by how easy the dust is thrown up from the rover and how easy the dust is parted from the footsteps. So that's a fine argument until there's just this logical inconsistency. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, oh, the engine was turned off way before they got to the ground. Well, no, it wasn't, because we just heard Armstrong say when he turned the engine off, and he said touchdown first, and then he turned the engine off. And there's nothing. This one's Apollo 12, to be fair, but this one's Apollo 11, and there's nothing.
And like you said, interestingly, even if they recognize the error after Apollo 11, they're sort of pot committed, right? So they can't change. They can't. Yeah.
That's my guess. Like, I can't believe no one raised their hand and was like, "Ooh."
Yeah.
That was
they've got to continue with the lie, haven't they? But the interesting, I was really interested by the orange juice, the smudge, right? Do they? Because can they even give a reasonable rebuttal to that argument? I mean, have they even got anything feasible to justify that?
I have never been one-on-one with I've never been one-on-one with someone who tried to argue this. My dad just said, okay, only Apollo 16 is fake. My dad now thinks that only Apollo 16 is fake and all the other ones really happened. The cognitive dissonance is amazing. But this is the official story from NASA. But the timing doesn't work. As I demonstrated, it doesn't follow the magazine, and it does follow the camera, because it goes on from magazine 114 to magazine 116 or 118. I can't quite remember. And it doesn't start at 130 hours. It starts at 147, as these demonstrate. But they say that it was a damp cloth on the back plate, which doesn't explain why the color changes over the 2 days, and doesn't explain why no, I guess it could be dirt. So I guess the water could boil from the damp cloth if you put it on the back plate, and then you went outside, the water would boil, but the dirt would remain, and that would leave the smudge. So it just doesn't explain the color difference and the time.
Right. Okay. And on the orange juice, as you mentioned, how could it leak out a seal? I mean, wouldn't that be devastating for the actual suit? Like,
well, so what Charlie Duke actually said was it got in between the seals, but I don't think that they were ever in a vacuum, so I don't think the seals needed to seal anything.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
But how could it leak out of a seal in the vacuum would be a valid point. Let's go here. Apollo 16, and we can see the different magazines there were. Yeah, so Apollo 14 has the smudge. That's where it first starts, halfway through that. Because remember in the video we listened to, Charlie said, well, I used about half of this one yesterday. I'll throw it in now. I've got about 50 shots left. And then, so that's EVA 2. And then EVA 3 is the next day. And the smudge is still there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that is really...
There's that smudge the day after. And it's on every single one.
Yeah, that is quite odd, to say the least.
There's the last picture taken with that camera in the mission. There's that smudge.
Right. Yeah, that's quite strange, isn't it?
Yep, pretty strange, and it didn't happen because if we go to 114, which is where it appears, This one right here is that picture right after he changes it, because you see when he changed it, he was by the rover. You could tell because the rover is the one that's got the color camera on it, the color video camera on it, to clarify. So this picture was taken the day before with that exact same magazine, and there's just no smudge. And when you look at that 107 shot that I pulled up, that's taken with the exact same camera minutes before, and there's no smudge. So it seems beyond reasonable doubt to me that whatever caused the smudge happened the moment that he changed the film, because we have both a different magazine in the same camera and that same magazine in a different day without it. And then once that change happens, every single picture for the remainder of the mission has the smudge.
Yeah.
Not at 130 hours, at 148.
So it doesn't fit in with their story, does it really?
The timing doesn't at all. This is the full detailed log of where each picture is and what time they were and what they were doing. So if we go to 18444, we see that's there. We did this on purpose. We know all about it, guys. You know, they're saying the damp cloth. Readers should note that smudge is visible on frames 18444 to 18470 at the end of the magazine are most likely on the original film. The scans linked below are made by NASA Johnson. Oh, I guess that's a different one. There's what they say, the damp cloth. Detail of the smudge pattern change only slowly from the beginning of the sequence to the end. The smudges are undoubtedly the result of contact of a dust-laden damp cloth with the reso plate in John's camera during an attempt between EVAs, so while they're in the LEM, to clean enough dust off the camera to make the settings readable. And they say that happened around 130 hours.
Right.
Just
yeah, that's an odd one then, isn't it?
It is.
The other question I wanted to ask you was about the suits. So that's something I never heard actually. That the suits should have been made of a hard material, like a metal, for example.
Until we went to the moon, that's what pretty much every physicist said. And then I guess we just realized it was too complicated, or maybe it wasn't aesthetic enough. Like it didn't look cool. But you look at all of Werner von Braun, and he's the guy who invented rockets and has been dreaming about space since the beginning. We pardoned him for literally causing and enabling the Holocaust because how much he knew about space. So I'm not appealing to my authority. I'm appealing to their authority.
Yeah. But would that apply for the Russian space explorers as well prior to the moon landings?
Well, think about it. They never left their craft, right? So the Russians were always inside of a rigid craft with the spacesuit on the inside. Just like when we go up to 60,000 feet, that's past the Armstrong line in our atmosphere. So if you held a cup of water outside of a plane, it would boil. But if you're inside like a U-2 spy plane, that rigid plane is pressurized.
Yeah. So it doesn't make a difference there, does it? Yeah.
Exactly. So to my knowledge, until the ISS, the Russians never did an extravehicular activity.
Yeah. And the 72 hours you said, was that just for were all the missions? Yeah, I mean,
no. 11 was only like 5 hours, I think. But 15, 16, and 17 were all multi-day.
Right. And what did they? So what was how did they toilet, for example, and the food and the drinking? How was that all done?
The official story is that the toilet is into their suits, and the drinks are contained in their suits, and the food was these little MRE type things that they had in the LEM, because they were in the LEM for like 23 hours at a time in between them.
Okay.
Like you see here, Charlie is going to a crater right here, and we're at 122 hours. And if you remember, that timestamp of when he changed the film was 148. So this is an entire day before. This is an entire 24 hours before.
Right.
But not all of them were that long. Apollo 11 only had one EVA. They landed more realistic, right? They landed on the moon. They got out. They did some tests. They got in. They went home.
Yeah.
That was Apollo 11.
Yeah. So why do you think they went with the 72 hours for the later missions? Why? I mean, why would they? It just creates problems for their own conspiracy, for their own cover-up, doesn't it?
Yeah, but so does things that we see happening now. Like they're saying that they're designing a helicopter to work on Mars, when very obviously a helicopter won't work on Mars because the atmosphere, like you need air for a helicopter to work. And they're designing it and they're doing these tests and they're saying it. Like, I think it's to make it more captivating. I think that NASA, especially in the 70s and even so now, is designed to make young American boys want to give their life for their country. And it's cool. Like, you spent 3 days on the moon. Like, if you already did Apollo 11 and you're talking to 10-year-olds then who are going to watch the next one, you need something cool and fancy. And the 40-year-olds who bought the first one, they're going to believe the rest of them because that's the way cognitive dissonance works.
Yeah, spot on, yeah. And it's inspirational as well, isn't it? You're right. You spent 3 days on the moon, isn't it? You gave your life to service. Yeah, no, it was really, I found the whole thing really interesting. So do you have any ideas? I mean, obviously, with the conspiracy, do you have any ideas about how it was shot, where it was shot, or would you just go with the mainstream view that it was somewhere in the desert
there is one guy, I think his name's Scott Henderson, who's done way more research on that, to the point where he thinks he's found the junkyard that it was shot in, and he spends so much time, like he literally has these labels, like he thinks he knows makes and models of different cars that are rocks in the background. And so he's like, I can tell that's like a 56, and like, cause he's just studied them so much. It's totally insane.
Wow.
The Mars landing is an island off of Canada. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I could probably look that one really quick. They got in trouble because they got caught. Google Earth actually took a picture of the Mars rover and like 20 different vans with NASA all written over it. And so NASA had to come out and say, no, that's our training area. That's our training area. But the landscape is the exact color of Mars, and like everything looks perfect. There were a couple different sightings it's still up on NASA, but you can see birds and squirrels in the Mars footage. UK amateurs, a helicopter doesn't need oxygen. A helicopter needs air. And the 0.6 microbar that is on Mars will not work. And if you'd like proof of that, check on YouTube for a guy named Cody's Lab. He actually builds a vacuum chamber, brings it down to Mars level pressure, and then he tries to move a feather with a fan. And he can't move the feather with a fan. Like there's no way that you're going to spin something fast enough to move air to generate enough lift to take off on Mars in its micro pressure environment. It's not about the oxygen. It's totally about the air. A helicopter would work better in argon.
So so I guess I mean, the Russian space exploration as well prior was staged as well, would you argue, or would you say they just didn't go as far as?
Since I'm flirting with the flat Earth theory, I've got different ponderances on that. I guess Yuri would be the only one that really needed to be fake. Like, I think they can launch rockets up.
Yeah.
But I don't think, I mean, if the Earth's flat, you can't orbit it.
Yeah. That's what we were discussing earlier, weren't we? The two theories don't necessarily go hand in hand, do they? Like, you could deny the flat Earth. I mean, you could deny the moon landings, but still subscribe to the heliocentric model, can't you? Or globe Earth theory. But if
like Bev in chat earlier said that he's from the UK, and he said he doesn't know anyone that takes it seriously, and he's not just talking about flat earthers, because I asked him that specifically. And like I said, I've met tons of Australians and Russians who have told me that's all crap.
Yeah.
So most people. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask. But the flat Earth, if you reject heliocentrism or you subscribe to the flat Earth model, then typically you would deny the moon landings. Would you have to? Would you be obliged to?
You would have to.
Yeah.
I only know of one person who was convinced of the flat Earth before being convinced that the moon landings were fake, and then like 2 months into him being a flat earther, he's like, "Wait, what about the moon? I guess those are fake, huh?" Like there's nothing else to think of.
Right.
Like, I don't even know if you can go to the moon. But the mainstream, like what I thought long before I was a flat earther, the reason why I thought you wouldn't be able to go would be the Van Allen belts. Have you run into those before? Reading?
Yeah, I have. I think. Yeah, I think that is that the idea that it would just vaporize her.
Yeah, exactly. It would just kill everyone. And they laid a lot of really good groundwork for that, because I remember my first deep dive, I was trying to figure out if anything had ever orbited the moon, right? That was my main thing. Like, if Apollo 8 could happen, maybe the rest of them could. So I started looking into one Russian bio launch. I can't remember the name of it right now, where they sent a bunch of plants, a bunch of fungus, and a couple turtles, and they orbited the moon with the turtles and sent them back. And like, even in the official reports, when they come back now, the turtles are of a demonstrably different size, right? So they're even laying breadcrumbs for you to find a truth that, in my opinion, is still wrong. Like, that's what I think the Van Allen belts are for. They're like, okay, we didn't go to the moon, but stop looking into it. Like, it's real. The moon's real. Like, we could go, just radiation. Stop looking. So I kind of see them as like a fire break, right? When the truth spreads like a fire, so they need to go in and clear these trees so that the truth doesn't keep going and keep catching, because eventually you'll just realize, oh my gosh, everything I've ever been told is a lie.
Absolutely. And obviously the ISS would obviously just be part of the whole thing as well, wouldn't it? I guess. Yeah.
That one I didn't have time to go into, but the easiest way to disprove that one, and maybe we'll have a chance to do another one, and I can make my presentation on this, is the fact that they actually just straight up don't have enough water to sustain life in the ISS. And if you added together every single launch ever done in the ISS and assumed that their payloads were filled with only water, they still wouldn't have enough water in the ISS for everyone to still be alive.
Right.
The math of just how much water they need to consume. They say they have these reclamation tanks, and they say that the reclamation tanks can, the American one can do 3.2 gallons a day, and the Russian one can do 2.6 gallons a day. But they say that the average astronaut needs something like 6 gallons a day.
Right. Yeah. And how many are there on the ISS? Or
I think there's 7 right now.
Right. Okay. So it just doesn't add up.
Just not enough. And when you start to watch the footage, there's too many times of just people getting caught on harnesses, green screens failing, things getting fade out, just over and over and over. There are so many glitches that have happened in the video. Yes, UK amateurs, a helicopter would need far less lift in a weaker gravitational field. And if you'd like something you can see with your eyes, once again, I'd recommend you go check out that Cody's Lab video where he tries to move a feather, right? He tries to move a feather on Mars's atmosphere with a fan. He can't. You're right. You would need less lift than you would comparatively, but it's still just not enough.
Yeah. So I thought that it was really good how you split the presentation into sort of a first part with motive, right, and then a second part with like means, almost how they did it, right. And I'm quite interested by the whole motive part of it because, I mean, it's very interesting with like science hoaxes as well. We talked about evolution briefly before, didn't we? Before going on the stream, and you know, I wouldn't. My position is I wouldn't claim evolution is a hoax, but it is motivated by certain, shall we say, philosophical agendas, like secularism, for example, and it's anti-theism, right? But I suppose the flat Earth and the moon hoax. Yeah, the flat moon, the flat Earth and the moon hoax ideas. They're not so much motivated by those agendas, are they? It's probably more of a political agenda, right? Well, the moon landing one in particular, right?
The moon landing one, I definitely thought that when I first was going through, I thought it was about us telling all the other nations that we were the biggest and the baddest. But the flat Earth, I would say, is exactly the same as evolution. I think it's about trying to make you think that you're a worthless nothing standing on a rock that means nothing, spinning into oblivion, that's the size of the speck of dust, and all this cosmology that's ever expanding, so that if you thought you're small today, don't worry, you'll be even smaller tomorrow.
Yeah. I can see that, actually.
If that doesn't lead you into a materialistic worldview, like what else does it do, you know?
You're right, because it's quite it leads to nihilism almost. Like, yeah, you're right, and I can see that to a degree. But I think when I mean, it's difficult. Would you say that was the agenda that was in the minds of, let's say, Copernicus and Galileo when they sort of came up with heliocentrism? I mean, do you think they were?
Yes, I have a very big problem that all the founders of heliocentrism were Jesuits, and I definitely think that the Catholic Church was created by the enemy to basically ruin Christianity. Not that all Catholics are not my brothers and sisters. Many people who attend Catholic Church are my brothers and sisters. I'm talking about the leadership, and I'm specifically talking about the Jesuits. Like, we're taught this lie in school, how the Catholic Church fought against Galileo when he said that we orbit the sun, and they're like, no, like, it breaks the Bible. But in reality, every single proponent of heliocentrism was a Jesuit priest. And I go into in my lecture a guy named Mei Wingding, who is a Chinese astronomer in the 1700s, who basically gets told by the emperor to scoot aside. We have Jesuit missionaries who are going to rewrite our cosmology and our calendar. And he's like, these astronomers argue like Buddhists and Christians. They're not scientists. And so that was his whole point. He's like, everything about what we do in our cosmology has nothing to do with philosophy. It's not about what the stars are. It's about where will the stars be tomorrow. And he just got pushed aside, and then the Chinese astronomy was completely overwritten. And it's pretty insane. What are you saying thank you about, Benton? I guess I hit something that agreed with you.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's interesting. And I think you do make that important distinction, don't you, between cosmology and astronomy, right? So the former being philosophical and the latter being actual science, verifiable science.
Exactly.
But where does Scripture lie on this issue? Because I know that my understanding is Christianity or Christians generally don't bring out this issue much, do they? But my understanding is there are references to the Earth being flat, right? In the
there's Bible. Over 200, I think.
Right.
And in the Quran as well. Actually, the Quran and the Bible describe the creation pretty similar, where it talks about God pushing down and laying out a circle, a disc type thing. So that's pretty clear. But the biggest one when I go to Scripture is I go to Joshua 10:13, which is the verse where the Israelites are fighting a battle, and God makes the sun stand still for about 24 hours to keep it going. And now in the flat Earth, like, that's not that big of a deal. But in the heliocentric model, if the Earth stopped rotating, because it wouldn't be the sun standing still, number one. If the sun stopped moving in the heliocentric model, it would mean the Earth stopped rotating. What would
Yeah.
happen to the centrifugal force of everything on here if all of a sudden the Earth stopped moving at 1,800
Mm.
kilometers per hour? Like it
Mm.
goes from a relatively simple thing to every single law of physics was simultaneously broken.
Yeah, but then I suppose many new thinking Christians would just argue it's allegory, right, or metaphor, or you can't take it literally. A lot of those things, right?
Yeah, I mean they argue the same thing with evolution now, right? Like how many Christians want to tell me the same thing? So yeah, when your worldview is science, then you're going to bend the scriptures to make it fit. And when your worldview is, like you said, we all have faith, and my faith starts with Christ. So that's my worldview. I was content believing in Christ when I thought the Earth was a globe, and it definitely made my faith stronger now that I get that it's flat. But I don't think that's the issue, because that's not where my faith is. I don't have faith that the Earth is flat. I think it is right now, and I'm trying to keep proving it. And I'm trying to keep doing tests. I want to go to the southern hemisphere and look at those southern star trails. Like, that's a big old question mark in my mind. What do they really look like? So it's about that. You're right. I do stand on some faith at some point, but now for the first time in my life, I'm trying to be clear where that faith is. And that's not how we're taught. That's not how we're educated. We're educated.
No, it's not.
We're not even taught what epistemology is in our education, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's insanity.
I completely agree with you. Yeah. And I think you made that point at the start, didn't you? Like, we're not taught about philosophy or philosophy of knowledge. It's all science and all rationalism and all, you have to be able to verify things through a scientific method. And I think it's quite a limiting worldview. It's all based, I think, on this naturalistic philosophy, this principle. They want to sort of indoctrinate society now with this sort of secular science, naturalistic model.
Their faith in the Big Bang definitely is as strong as mine is in Christ. Like, without question, they are immovable.
Yeah, absolutely. But they'll adamantly deny that it's faith. They'll say, no, we're rational. It's science.
And I mean, they'll never accept my point that a Jesuit priest also made the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. But interestingly, the one I'd like to get your take on this, because the major difference I do see between the evolution doctrine and, let's say, the flat Earth doctrine is that I think the evolution doctrine really does. I really find it incompatible with traditional theism or Christianity, right? Because I think it does pose serious challenges for a theist, right? So, for example, if you're a Christian, typically you will believe in the virgin birth, you'll believe in a physical resurrection, right? And how do you reconcile that with this sort of naturalistic evolutionary model? It's very difficult. But would you say the flat Earth poses the same problems? I mean, the globe Earth poses the same problems in that sense. I mean, I know you mentioned it makes an individual feel inconsequential in the grand scheme of the universe, but is it incompatible with theism in the same way, or incompatible with Christianity in the same way, do you think?
I think that when you really get down into the nuts and bolts, it is. But I think that I would be doing a disservice to attack my brothers and sisters in that direction.
Yeah,
I think that they're if they're calling on the Lord's name, then and they just can't handle it. I don't think I need to break that. Like, there's so much grace around there. Like, we are in this world of mind controlling and manipulation, and I don't think it puts your salvation in jeopardy at all. But I think that if you look at the scriptures for what they are, like John 3:16, the one we all know, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. If you look at the Greek, the word isn't world, it's cosmos. For God so loved the cosmos. And so in their mind, that's like what universe means to us, all of creation. So, I mean, it's just, how do you wrap your head around, especially now in the naturalism worldview, aliens, extraterrestrials are an inevitability. They really, really are. Because if we were created by chance and the universe is ever expanding and more planets are created every day, and it can happen once, and it's not just it can happen a second time, but because the universe is ever expanding, it is now a mathematical certainty it will. And how do you justify that when, with a Christian specifically, where we are made in God's own image, where this domain was given to the enemy to rule, and then he rebelled against God, and then we were placed on this domain to rule over the enemy? I mean, how? I guess the only way you could wrap your head around that is like the do you know the space trilogy by C.S. Lewis, Out of the Silent Planet and Paralandra and That Hideous Strength?
Well, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with it, but I've heard of it. Yeah.
So it's a really interesting theory where he takes a Christian worldview, but there's life on Mars, and basically Earth is this the silent planet because every angel is given a planet to rule. And we were the first ones ever made in God's own image, but God had made sentient beings before to worship him. And then finally, he sent his son to the one planet whose creation he made in his own image. That's why his son was able to go there. His son couldn't take the other life forms because they weren't made in God's image. And but the enemy rules our planet and locked it in and was trying to keep his son from spreading his glory. But in every other planet, they're all very openly serving God, except in our planet where we believe in all this scientism and evolution and all this stuff. And it's a pretty wild idea, but honestly, I would need that kind of thing to make sense.
Yeah.
And then I would have such a problem with the epistemology of our scriptures. See, I believe that our scriptures were not divinely written, and were manipulated and twisted quite a bit, especially by translators. But I do believe that if you take the scriptures in context, that there still is so much truth there and so much importance.
Yeah.
And if you go into a world where there's aliens and extraterrestrials, then really where does my epistemology, even on my own faith, go, right? Like I know that I stand on faith in that one area, but it doesn't make sense to me. And the Christians who try to back it up will be like, well, yeah, but there's not aliens. Like we know that. Oh, okay. So God made the universe as big as you describe it, and then made us as small as you describe it, and we're just here and we're alone. Like it's just it's not a congruence.
Yeah, you're right. I think, and that's my issue. I think they do have to compromise on reason a little bit, don't they? But I think, as you said, it's a hard pill for many Christians to swallow, and it's probably not the best route to go down, because if you give people the ultimatum, right, it's either a globe Earth or Christianity. You have to pick one. Right? You'll probably end up losing. Yeah, you'll end up losing a lot of support, because people. This is the whole dynamic of trying to bring science and Christianity together, or science and religion together, I suppose, isn't it?
Yep.
But but I don't see any harm in educating people like you're doing in a sort of.
And I'm not standing up and saying I have the answers. Like my epistemology on the flat Earth is pretty weak, right? Like I have all these things that are making me wonder and doubt heliocentrism, but I mean, it doesn't mean that I couldn't find out that I'm wrong. I believed in the globe for how many years, right? For 27 years, I believed in the globe, and then my mind was changed. So there's no reason that it couldn't be changed back if I'm wrong. Yeah,
no, absolutely. And I think it's a similar issue with the evolution as well, right? We don't know. It's about epistemology. For some reason,
evolution. Keep going. For some reason.
No, you carry on. No, please.
Okay. So with the evolution, one major difference I see between that one and the globe Earth is the fact that we were told specifically that we're made in God's image, and Christ took our form. The Son of God took our form. And if we share a last common ancestor with a slug, I've got a real problem with that from everything the Bible teaches. There's no reason that maybe God's just was super bored and he's like, I want more planets, and just went crazy and just created for years and years and years after the beginning. Okay, that doesn't change the nature of God to me by saying he did that. He obviously likes to create, and he obviously likes beauty, And whatever is up there, it's gorgeous. That's for sure.
Mhm.
I know that from my little P900 camera. I don't have a telescope, but I've got a nice camera and I can take gorgeous pictures of the moon.
Mhm.
And so, but that one, when you say that we're just animalistic, you either need to make animals divine, which the scripture is pretty clear that they're not, or you rip our divinity away, and that's way bigger to me than ripping away our geodesy, our shape of the earth.
That's the way I see it as well. I think it's very hard to reconcile being created especially in God's image with this sort of human evolution picture whereby we are supposedly just accidentally and randomly descended from apes, and then before apes, like rat-like creatures, and before rat-like creatures, fish or sea animals. It's hard, isn't it, to reconcile the two? I think many Christians do. They try to do it now. They say, well, actually, perhaps God intervened just 200,000 years ago and specially created humans. But again, it's dicey territory, isn't it?
UK Amateurs is asking, why are God and globe Earth mutually exclusive? Why couldn't God have created a globe Earth? I think that's what I was just trying to comment on. I don't say that they are. I would argue more that the Bible, specifically our canon of 66 books put together by the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, that does talk against the globe Earth. But I don't see any reason why a theist couldn't believe in a globe Earth at all.
Mm-hmm.
And also a couple months before I was convinced that the Earth might be flat, I was convinced of geocentrism. And if you talk about a geocentric globe Earth, that a theistic God could have created that for sure. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. But when you say specific gods, like if you're in a polytheistic worldview, then the globe Earth makes a lot of sense to me. Actually, you believe there are hundreds of gods. So, Narush, I'm curious, when did you come upon your epistemology? Because we know this isn't something you're taught as a child. Were you fortunate enough to have teachers who did go out of their way to teach you this? Did you find this as an adult? How did you come to your sound way of thinking?
So good question. I think no, I went through the typical school education in the UK where I'm from. Went to university, had a sort of studied a scientific degree, and it was only just, I think, in my early 20s where I sort of just started questioning things a little bit more. Becoming a little bit more curious, skeptical. Right, it just sort of dawned on me. I can't really put it down to any particular moment or incident. Right. And then I just started inquiring a little bit more and more into things. And I've had to kind of self-teach myself a little bit of philosophy. And through that, I've just sort of, I think, ended up in the position I'm in now. But I do think actually when you self-teach yourself something, you're probably less constrained, right? And you're a bit more open. Because I think our current education systems they teach obedience more than creativity, or don't they, or open-mindedness. So you end up going through this system of schooling and education where you just blindly accept whatever you're told, rather than sort of inquisitively questioning or determining for yourself. So I'd say a lot of it has come from myself and my own inquiry, just through personal interest and curiosity more than anything.
What was the first thing you started to get skeptical about?
It's a good question. I think probably maybe 9/11. I started hearing conspiracies around 9/11, right? First, those were the first conspiracies I heard, and it made me sort of question, well, how can we know anything, right? We've got one camp producing one story and another camp producing another story. So, right, how do we know which one to believe? And then
9/11, there's like 6 stories.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. I just confused myself with all the stories there. But and then I think the moon landing was quite big at the time as well, or maybe just afterwards I came across the moon landing one. And I think those two were the big ones for me, which sort of opened my eyes a little bit and made me think, well, perhaps we should question things a little bit more and not just, accept what we're told. And then I think evolution came next, right? Because I think at that time, evolution was a very hot topic. Dawkins had just produced his God Delusion book, right?
Oh.
And around 2008, I think it was. Or 2006, something like that. And a lot of people were sort of interested in the relationship between science and religion, naturalism versus supernaturalism. And so I got interested in those topics. And then I explored the evolution topic more specifically. And I was just shocked at how evolution is being taught us and sold as scientific fact and scientific truth. Because when you inquire into it and look into it, it's very dubious, to say the least.
Yeah, especially the, like we were talking about before, my biggest problem is the skulls. Like they just, okay, this goes there. Why? Well, because that's where we needed to go.
Yeah. Well, if you're happy to go down that route, I'd love to talk a little bit about it. You've got a bit of time, have you?
Yeah, I do. I'd love to hear it. Go.
Great. Yeah. So the human evolution story is very, very sketchy. So basically, so as I said, Darwin produced his theory in 1859, right? Prior to that, there was no sort of fossil evidence of anything which looked subhuman or ape man, right? They'd uncovered what later became known as Neanderthal fossils, right? But at the time, they weren't classified as Neanderthals. They were classified as just another type of human, right? Then the theory emerges, and then they go back and reclassify such fossils as Neanderthals, right?
So they did have some fossils already pre-Darwin, but to them it was just a human.
Yeah, they had, exactly. And a few fossils. We're not talking many. I think there may have just been a handful, right?
So is your opinion that these are likely people who are these skulls of people like who had birth defects, or are these skulls of like they are noticeably different, right? Like if I look at the two of them, I could tell the difference. Is that correct?
Possibly, right? But the thing is, you can tell the difference between two types of human as well. Like there are races or groups of people living in certain parts of the world. You may have heard of African pygmies, for example, who are very different. Yeah, who are very different anatomically than the typical American is, for example, or the typical European is, right? Yeah. So if you found a fossil of an African pygmy in Europe, let's say 150 years ago, or at the time that the theory of human evolution was emerging, you would have concluded this is not a human being. This is another species, right? But we know it is actually a human being, don't we, from observations today?
Huh.
So, yeah. And so the Neanderthal one is very interesting because Neanderthals do have some anatomical differences, right? So for example, they are a bit shorter. Their skulls are a slightly different shape. They have denser bones, right? But you know that anatomical variation is great within a species as well. Yeah. So, for example, the dog species shows great. All right, is there a question here?
There's a question for you.
All right, okay. I'll have a look at this. What conclusion did you come to when you pondered the question when presented with two contradictory stories? Right, okay, yeah. So it's a very good question, actually.
Yeah, we got sidetracked before we could answer that.
I'll come back to the thing we were discussing, Joshua, in a minute.
Yeah, you're about to talk about dog skulls, so I've got you bookmarked. Answer UK amateurs, and then we'll come back.
So in terms of this, the point is, that's why UK amateurs, I said at the start, I'm more of a factual relativist or an epistemological nihilist. So I apply skepticism. I wouldn't subscribe strongly to a particular ideology. I try to remain open. So I'm not actually saying evolution is false. What I'm saying is evolution is unproven, and I'm agnostic on the issue. I don't know. And I would suggest that's what I sort of encourage people to do, to apply this sort of agnosticism / skepticism when it comes to, empirical statements like evolution and other things. So I hope that's answered that question, but I'll just come back to the issue we were talking about, Joshua. So Neanderthals and human beings, modern human beings, you can say they are different anatomically, right? Most people will agree there are subtle differences there, and you can tell one from the other. But if I say to you that in the dog species, a Great Dane is the same species as a Chihuahua, right? Now, there's a huge difference there anatomically. right?
Oh my, yeah.
In fact, the difference between those two is greater than that between a Neanderthal and a human being, like
Much
us,
greater.
Homo
Yeah,
sapiens.
much greater.
Much greater, exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas we know that they're the same species, right? So what reasoning or what grounding are evolutionists using to claim that these Neanderthals are a separate species? They could just be a different type of human being, a different looking human being, right? They've got no grounds to assert that they are a distinct and unique species. So that's the issue. It's a lot of hindsight bias, a lot of confirmation bias that they use to, and I think Karl Popper said, right, it's easy to find confirmation of a theory if you're looking for it. So if you start with your hypothesis first, right, and you say, right, there are 8 men ancestors in Africa, and then you go digging for those, right, and then you find something that looks a little unusual, you're just going to interpret it as an 8-man ancestor, aren't you? Whereas there are multiple other explanations. As you said, deformed. It could be a deformed human being, for one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at a human that's born with what is it, FAS, fetal alcohol syndrome.
Yeah.
Look at the shape of their skull. It's completely different. Yeah. Telling me no one 600 years ago was drinking while pregnant? I don't believe you.
Yeah, precisely. That's exactly the point.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I feel similar when I've done deep dives about dinosaurs as well. Like some of these bones. How do you know that's not an elephant? How do you know, something like that? And it's just because we're looking for dinosaurs, not elephants. And
I
also want to know why. Exactly. Yeah, I want to know why every T-Rex ever found was found in America. That's a big question I have. And why wasn't it found till 200 years ago? Did humans not dig until 1800s, for crying out loud?
Well, the dinosaur issue, Joshua, is very interesting as well, because now this is probably where we might lose some supporters, because I think people think it's too far-fetched to start questioning dinosaurs, right? But when you actually look at the evidence for dinosaurs, it's very sketchy. As you said, the hypothesis only emerged after Darwin's theory of evolution, right? So that in itself is questionable, because you would expect some fossils earlier than that, maybe some sighting, discoveries.
One of them would have been found. Look at how much Egyptians have dug, right? Like, how deep did they went to lay foundations? Like, oh my goodness.
Exactly. Well, even Eurasia, right? The Indians, the North Indians, in the Middle East, in Europe, they were digging huge amounts, right? So how did they not come across one specimen? Right. It's very.
How much gold and silver did we find while we were digging everything that we could? Right.
Yeah.
It blows me away. Yeah. It absolutely does. That one's. Go ahead.
No, and I was going to say, and all these samples, the original samples, like the original few samples, all came from the same spot in southern England, right? And at a time when the dinosaur hypothesis was being created, and obviously the dinosaur hypothesis was very lucrative because there was it became a huge fad. There was a lot of money and a lot of notoriety involved in, finding these dinosaur fossils, and then obviously museums got erected. Now we have the movie industry. They're a big part of children's growing up, fun and fantasy, etc. So, I mean, there is a detailed conspiracy theory over dinosaurs, and I think it does have to be given some serious credence. I don't think you can just dismiss it ad lapidem. It's they have presented a reasonable case, in my opinion.
And now, like you said before, it's really easy to find support for your theory when you go on with that assumption. And now they're literally teaching children that chickens are proof that there are dinosaurs, and all birds are now dinosaurs. And hey, Phoenix Bear, nice to have you here. But it's absolutely insane. And it's like, well, because we know all these attributes about the dinosaur, and the birds share all of them. It's absolute insanity.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not science. That's not science. That's just really poor reasoning. It's based completely on a circular argument. You're starting with the premise that evolution is true and dinosaurs are true, and then you're saying, well, this bird looks a little bit like the dinosaur I've thought up in my head,
Made
and
up.
therefore it must be a descendant of the dinosaur. It's mind-boggling how they've actually managed to get this into biology textbooks and promote it as fact. It's extraordinary when you think about it.
Yeah, it's about unarming our populace. It's one of the reasons that I feel I'm so fortunate to actually teach debate. You know, I have students from 8 to 18. Now the youngest ones, we don't teach debate. I teach storytelling and public speaking and things like that.
Right.
But still, the storytelling begins with critical thinking, because if you don't know why you're telling me a story, I don't want to hear the story from you. What's the point? What's your reason? What are you trying to communicate with this story? Why is it a good story? First of all, what are you learning from it? Right.
Yeah.
And today I was going over in my class truisms and tautologies in debates, right? Where you warp your debate so that by definition you automatically win. And it was so cool as I was throwing up all these debates, and I'm going through my class. This class is like 11 to 14-year-olds. And I'm like, all right, you guys need to define this so that you win. And then we went into link turns and impact turns and stuff like that. So I would write out the theory and the premise, and then, all right, I want you to pick apart this one specific part. And it's so amazing watching how, first of all, how good they are. Like because I wasn't taught this as a kid, how long it took me to study this and to learn how to do all this and to be able to think critically. And just how natural the kids are at it is unbelievable. It gives me a lot of hope. It really does, because it only takes a few good teachers in their whole entire education to just arm them with that critical thinking ability. And that's all that they need. Like, it
absolutely
just need that logic. And I'm so blessed to be able to do that, because one, it reinforces my own education, because as I teach it, I need to make sure that I'm very articulate, that I'm very refined, that I know why I think what I think. And it's like you were talking about before with just that being factual relativist, right? Like I need to be able to justify that position, and I need to be able to teach that position from a philosophical point of view, especially in debate, when I ask my children to switch the side that they're debating on a drop of a hat. Right. Like I'll change no matter what it is. You have to be able to do both sides, or you're not welcome in my class.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really commendable that you're doing that. I think that's what's lacking in most education systems in the Western world, isn't it? It's such a closed system. It doesn't encourage critical thinking or open-mindedness, whereas those are the most important things for a child, right? They should be able to grow up with an open mind and critically think for themselves. And it's ideal as well, because they're at an age where they can do that. Once you get to a certain age, probably like our age, you get a little bit indoctrinated, right? And you become a little bit set, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's like that point in the Matrix where Morpheus is telling Neo he's too old to take the red pill, but Morpheus did it anyway. Like that's totally real. It's totally real. It's like you can't rip apart my whole worldview and tell me that I've wasted the past 40 years of my life believing a lie.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's
which is why it's very difficult. Like you've obviously been on a few debate channels, haven't you? It's very difficult to actually convince somebody or get them to change their mind, because they're so conditioned and set in their ways. Which is why I think, like you said, when they're a young child, you should teach them to be sort of open-minded, and that's the best thing you can do. Whereas it doesn't happen much anymore, does it? You're just sort of
no, it really doesn't. And the U.S. debate circuit specifically is absolute cancer. The way that the U.S. debate circuit tends to work right now is you'll prepare like 5 to 10 cases, essentially your own debates, your own points, and then when you're presented with the motion at the debate, you will manipulate the motion to fit one of your 10 pre-prepared cases.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Yes. And I was teaching a parliamentary today called the WSDC, the World Scholars Debate Championship, or WSSD, World Scholars Schools of Debating. And they specifically mention in their rule book that squirreling is not allowed. And that's what they call it, where you take your already prepared logic and you try to fit the motion in. Like if you're suggested or if you're suspected of doing this, you're automatically kicked out. It's one of my favorite things to teach, because it's literally, even our debate circuit in the U.S. is designed to keep kids from critically thinking. And that is astonishing.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. I think so. You actually teach debate. Debate, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
is
I
it
teach
sort of
debate, political science, and then out of the necessity of those two, I teach a lot of philosophy, but I don't have a philosophy class. I need to teach philosophy to teach debate and political science.
Yeah, well, that's the issue, isn't it? I was speaking to somebody recently actually about how much philosophy you do need to know for to debate, and I think you could probably get away with basic propositional logic, can't you? But I don't know how much. Would you say you have to go into much more detail, or do you think you need? I mean, if you can just form a syllogism, for example, with
if you want to excel as a debater on both sides, you must know philosophy well. If you only want to support things you believe in, you just need to know how to make one coherent argument. But if, like I said, that's not good enough. I'm going to make the most nationalistic of my children defend globalism, and I'm going to make the most liberal or leftist of my children defend nationalism. So that just won't work. It absolutely won't. And to judge and moderate debates, you must have a lot of philosophy, because you need to be able to connect where everyone's coming from. And that's one of the reasons I like modern day debate, that channel, because James really does just throw a net to anyone and everyone, getting them on. And that's cool. I've learned a lot from that channel, from even some of the evolutionists who are quite educated in their own regard, you know?
Absolutely. Have you seen some? Have you seen? Well, I'm presuming you've seen the flat Earth debates on there. Yeah, they've got a few, but they don't.
Yeah, they're a thing.
Yeah, I'm never been massively impressed with the flat Earthers on there, but they have.
No, I think Rose was probably the best, and she's probably one of the least knowledgeable about flat Earth, but she's the most open. You know what I mean? Like, she has a thinking like you and I do, very much. Her epistemology is very similar to us, and so since she's so well grounded, she could listen to her opponent. I haven't seen any other flat earther on that channel that really is wanting to listen to their opponent, even if you know what they're going to say. You need to listen to it so that your next attack is targeted. Yeah,
I haven't seen hers, but I think I have come across one of the big guys they used to have on there. Was he's got a YouTube channel? I can't remember his name. I think it's Nathan
Thompson, probably.
Nathan Thompson, yeah, I think. But he seems to go more into rhetoric. Pardon?
He's one of the most famous, I think, on YouTube.
Yeah, he's quite prominent. But in his debates, he doesn't go too much into the science of it like you have, like you did with your Zeke debate. I think he goes more into sort of rhetoric and a little bit of, maybe pulls out a little bit of theology as well. I'm sure he knows it all, because he's quite knowledgeable about the subject. But in the debate side of things, he doesn't go into it in much detail.
And there's another guy on there, Austin Whitsitt, who's a brilliant guy, but he's just not that great of a debater. If you listen to him on his own channel where he's talking things through, he's fantastic. And Austin, if you ever see this, I really appreciate what you do, but your sword could be sharpened when it comes to a public forum debate. Like, that's something that you can learn to get better at. And I see that with a lot of them. I would like to get more involved with the community so that I could help in that regard. I love teaching debate. I really, really love it.
Yeah, you're right, because it's not just about the knowledge; it's about the delivery of that knowledge, the skill in debating, and that's a different category, right? So you get some really smart people who know everything, but they can't present the arguments as coherently as and that's a different skill, isn't it? I suppose, which you do.
I was actually thinking about asking James if I could do the flat Earth debates, but do them from the globe side and take on some of the flat earthers. I mean, that's what I make. That's what I make my students do every day, right? Like, what do you think? All right, defend the opposite. I think that's going to make me better at debating the flat Earth, and I think it's going to make them really think about it from a different point of view, because they can't get emotional at me, especially if they've ever seen my channel and they know that, hey, actually, I kind of agree with you a little bit. So I would really like to do that. Take on some of the flat earthers, and me going just from a purely debate point of view. Modern day debate probably isn't the best channel to do that, since there's no scoring. There's no winner there. But I would like to see a debate channel get popular on YouTube where there's a moderator that gives scores and that we hold to a real parliament.
Yeah, I know some of the Discord debates they're scored and there's a winner and a loser there. But you're right. I think that would be something which would probably work to the advantage of the debaters. Yeah, would help them.
Yes, definitely. And I think everyone at Modern Day Debate could really benefit of. There are some people like Sargana Vakad who comes on and he's had such a phenomenal education that just by his very nature of his education, he's very ordered in his thinking and he's so well read that he can't help but be structured. So he just demolishes who he's talking to only because his argument's structured and nobody's been taught how to attack a structured argument. The only thing most debaters on MDD know is how to point out logical fallacies. So how do you win when your debater or when your opponent isn't using a logical fallacy? I don't think any of them know the answer to that.
Yeah. You're right, actually. I've heard the logical fallacy is pulled out a lot, actually, on there. But you're right.
Yeah, they think that's how you win. It's just like the first person to mess up loses. It's like, no, actually, you can make a logical fallacy and still win the debate as long as it's not your only argument.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to present a viable argument as well yourself. Is there another question for me?
Yeah, there's another question for you. If your position is without proof, then keep an open mind. Should the answer to any child's question come with a caveat of "I don't really know"?
Well, so that's a great question as well, and it's very interesting because, actually, there's nothing wrong with saying "I don't know," right? So it was good enough for Socrates. Socrates used to walk around saying "I know nothing," right? Descartes as well said, "I know nothing apart from one thing, the fact that I exist." So that's not a bad position, but obviously, in order to function in the world, you have to accept certain things, right? But there's a difference between acceptance and belief, right, or strong conviction. So when your child asks you something, you can always answer them and say, "Look, this is what we think the situation is." But there should always be the caveat, "But we don't really know." So keep an open mind, and you can always present the argument, can't you? You can present both sides. So if your child asks you, "Is the Earth flat or a globe?" you can say, "Well, the consensus is that it's a globe," but then you could present Joshua's model and say, "But look, this is what all the evidence is against the globe model," and then you can let them make their own decision, their own mind up.
I like Phoenix Bear's response. He says the response to the child should be, "Let's figure it out."
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think that's better than "I don't know," isn't it? Let's figure it out.
Yeah, that's awesome, and it empowers them. But to add on a little bit, UK amateurs, my students, because the nature of teaching debate, ask me questions that I know the mainstream answer, but I don't agree with. And so I give them the answer I don't know all the time. And like Narush said, I definitely will pose both. The flat earth, I haven't been quite so bold yet, but I have had one student just arbitrarily ask me, "Mr. Joshua, are you a flat earther?" And I just started laughing so hard. I was like, "What did I say that made you say that?" But she had moved on already, thinking about something else. But we were talking about nuclear weapons today because I needed them. I needed the nuclear weapons to demonstrate link turn and impact turns. And I did have some questions about, well, if a nuclear bomb is launched, does that mean that the country is destroyed? And I was like, well, why are there still animals that live in Chernobyl? Why can we go to Nagasaki and Hiroshima and there are tons of people living? Why are there over 200 people that survived both in Hiroshima and the Hiroshima nuclear bombs being dropped? So I just threw those things out there, and it didn't like ruin their worldview like it would to a 40-year-old. They're just like, "Oh, that makes sense." But they do make big explosions, right? I was like, they do seem to make big explosions.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of dealing with children's questions. Absolutely, you want to keep it a little open and keep sort of try and get them to figure it out themselves. It's like a Socratic line of questioning, isn't it? Where you don't sort of just you're not dogmatic. You're not sort of just indoctrinating them with an ideology, but you're just letting them figure it out through little clues and hints that you're giving. I think that's That's
probably the only thing that I'm dogmatic in teaching my children or my students is that there is an objective truth. I never tell them what that is or where they'll find it, but I tell them it's their quest to go find it. And that's an important one to me. And I remember being really young with dreams of being an inventor, and I wanted to make the next spaceship. I wanted to make a transporter. I wanted to explore, right? And this meme got really popular in 4chan when I was young in high school that said, born too late to explore the world, born too early to explore the universe feels bad, man. And it's a sad Pepe, right? And like this really is a message that we send these children that, oh, well, smarter people than you have figured it out. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. How can you be productive in our society and make money? Like nobody grows up and goes, I want to be a research doctor because I want to discover something, right? They want to be a doctor because they know they're going to make 6 figures with no problem. And so something really important to me when I interact with all of my students is to make them excited about the truth. I'm not giving them the truth because then where's the excitement there, man? They still have to go find that. And that's really important. I don't have my own children yet, but when I do have my own children, probably the only difference is I will teach them that Christ is that objective truth, because to my own children, that's my right to do so. To my students, that's not my right to do so. They ask me what I think, I'll answer. But I'm not there to preach. I'm there to educate. So,
I think that's a good position. You're maintaining that intellectual curiosity as well, aren't you, with them then?
So, that's so important with the students, is maintain intellectual curiosity. Our educational system is made to bore you and to make you hate learning. And I tell that to my students all the time. And I love seeing their faces when they hear me say it for the first time. They roll their eyes when they hear me say it the 100th time. But the first time, they're always like, it's not my fault that I hate all this. Like, you know, I live in Vietnam, right? So think about all the stereotypes you've ever heard about Asian parents. It's all totally true. And they all have this necessity about them to excel in schoolwork. But their teachers, man, make them hate it. Like I've had at least 50 students who have gotten 30% in their literature class because they took an interpretation different than their teacher. They did their work. They read their literature. It meant something to them. But because they had a different interpretation from the teacher, it's just gone. And it's interesting here because we see we're in a semi-communistic environment here, right? Like the government here doesn't want the students to be political. They're happy with those in the party to be political and those not in the party to live their lives and to make money and to be a productive member of society. And there's no reason for them to be political. The government is not overbearing in our lives here, but it's very prevalent in education. Very hard to get something that is exciting in education to be taught because the government would rather them just not be that interested in it because they're easier to deal with. Yeah, Phoenix Bear is saying, I dislike school, but I really enjoyed a few of my teachers. I was the same way, and that is so much about what centers me around the kind of teacher that I try to be. There are a few things that teachers have said to me that I remember 20 years later, right? I want to be the teacher that my students in 20 years go, you know, the reason I think like this is because that one bearded guy back when I was 12, you know, right? Like I really, really focus on trying to be, whether they remember my name or not, I don't care, but these children need someone to arm them in this world. I told them today that by teaching them to think like I do, not like think like I think, but to teaching them to think like I teach them to think, it's going to be a literal superpower by the time that they're 16 and 18 because none of their peers can do it. None of them. Like it's declining. This idea of the classical education is over. And the classical education, you keep bringing up Socrates, and by extension Plato, or maybe backwards, depending on what you think about that, is everything about how I teach, right? So Plato taught that first you must learn that there is an objective truth, or now it's translated as law of identity. Then you need to learn to calculate that truth in logic, and then you need to learn to speak that truth in rhetoric. And only after that, then you study the 4 numbers. The 4 numbers are numbers in abstraction, which is mathematics. And then there's numbers in space, which is geometry. Then there's numbers in time, which is music. And then the most important one, numbers in time and space at the very same time, which is astronomy, right? Like you said, it is the science. It's a study of numbers. It's where does that light go? When does it come back? How long will it be? What angle will it be at? Right? It's geometry and music come together is what astronomy really is. And then according to Plato's theory of education, and he invented the very first school in the West, Confucius had one first in the East, was that after you studied these 7 subjects that he called the trivium and the quadrivium, after you studied those, only then are you ready to study philosophy. Like, this needs to be your grounding, but the goal of education was always to teach philosophy. That was the only point of education, was to teach philosophy. Philosophy is the love of wisdom. What's the purpose of education if there's no love of wisdom? But you need that framework. And so it's wonderful being the situation I am now, where I'm teaching the framework and then I'm building up their philosophical knowledge at the same time. It's truly, I'm so reinvigorated by it constantly, because I don't get the black pill that a lot of people do as they're out there scrolling YouTube going, nobody can think anymore. It's just my little sect of truthers who have figured it out, right? Like almost all the flat earthers think that way, but we should worry less about teaching people that the world is flat and worry more about teaching people how to think, because if the world is flat and we teach them how to think, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. But it's interesting. Do you think you'd have the same freedom in your teaching in a Western country like the UK or America, or do you think you're more free in Vietnam because of the syllabus maybe more here, accommodating to? Yeah,
I've written my own syllabus.
It's an irony.
I threw the one at my last school. Exactly. I threw their syllabus out and wrote my own. And now at the new school that I'm at, I was actually targetedly recruited. So me and one other teacher are making the curriculum by ourselves completely, except for the English as the second language. We paid someone to do that. But the debating, the sciences and all that stuff, I'm even working on a STEM subject. And I'm going to be doing real sciences. I want to do one on astronomy, the way that astronomy was meant to be. Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's geodesy. But astronomy, the way it's meant to be, the study of time and of space. And it's really exciting. And I think maybe if I was at a private school in the West, I could do it. But I also think it might be possible as the world gets crazier and crazier. I think we're going to see a lot of communes start to exist as people try to gather together. And I could see finding myself a really nice job at a commune where, there's 150 families in the small town that I'm living in, where we can all self-sustain. And I'm like, look, I've been teaching for 10 years. This is what I excel at. And I could really benefit people who are like-minded with me. And I could do that. I love teaching. I love being in front of the students, and I love seeing them get it. Like Phoenix Barry, you get it. Like what it's like when the gravy comes out. I love seeing the gravy in the students. That's a quote from a comedian Owen Benjamin that Phoenix Bear and I follow. We were watching him live when he first figured out that the moon landing was fake. He was kind of the reason that I started looking into it. And, going back to what we were saying before about the nationalism and patriotism, I cried when I found out the moon landings didn't happen. Like it ripped my national identity to shreds. So much about how I defined myself as an American was just utterly destroyed. But then when I found out, quote unquote, that the Earth was flat, it was totally opposite. I was happier than I've ever been in my life. And like, I just saw this vision, like as clear as day, of the Earth in God's hands with him looking right down, which is totally contrary to everything we've ever been taught. And it was a complete switch. When I found out the moon landing didn't happen, I was devastated. I was like, what do I believe in? When I found out the globe was a lie, I was like, that's what I believe in. I believe in God, right? Like it was a realigning. It was amazing to me how different the two. One was the black pill.
That's really interesting. I never thought of it like that, but you're right. One of them is a little enlightening, whereas the other one is just disappointing, isn't it? Because with the moon landing hoax, you just realize that you've been lied to and deceived, right? And that is disappointing. But
yeah,
the flat Earth one is more revelatory, isn't it? It's actually freeing in a sense. So I can understand that. Yeah. But interestingly, I would like to get your take on it. We touched on this earlier, but I mean, the difference between the three, interestingly, like if you take the moon landing hoax, the heliocentrism, and evolution, right? I mean, the moon landing would have to be a complete conspiracy, wouldn't it? I mean, it would have to be a government cover-up. They're just fueling a lie, propelling a lie, right? The heliocentrism one it's a little bit of both, isn't it? So, I mean, I would argue that most physicists probably do genuinely believe in it. They're not lying, are they? They're not covering anything up. They're just taught it and they believe it. They've got a sort of viable model. Yeah. But evolution, I would argue, at this stage, it's not a hoax at all. I would argue that I think in fact, I'd go as far as to say all the evolutionary biologists who promote and sell it do genuinely believe in it. I don't think there is a higher authority which is deliberately funding and fueling a hoax as such, right? I think they're blinded. I think they're just adopting poor science, and they've become so indoctrinated into the belief and closed-minded that they can't see the mistakes with it, right? So in that sense, I see a difference between the three. I don't know whether you would agree with that, or whether you think there are conspiratorial elements to both evolution and
I think that's the part of the enemy's wizardry, right? Like, all these lies can become self-sustaining, which is unbelievable.
Correct.
You go back to the heliocentrism model as far back as Aristotle, who by all accounts was not a good dude, but smart dude, not a good one. But even like he's talking about these proofs of boats disappearing bottom up. We still hear that today, like by people who genuinely believe this. And evolution is probably a little harder for me to judge because I've never subscribed to it. I never believed in it. My parents told me from day one that it was a load of crap, and I always accepted what they told me. The dinosaurs are obviously a hoax, though, to me. So there's got to be hoax elements to evolution. There's got to be. But I agree with you now. It's totally self-sustaining. And when you look at other conspiracies, ones that are near the obviously true, like the fact that almost all the elite in the United States are run by pedophiles, and that's pretty much obviously true at this point. That's another one that makes you super depressed when you first uncover it, right? Like, you're like, oh my gosh, what do I do? Do I go on a murderous rampage? And what will that fix? Absolutely nothing. And it won't help anything. It won't change anything about the world. It'll just put you in jail or dead. So it's really wild. But what I saw when I started to uncover that, like, that was 4chan way back when I started to realize that, is the enemy is so obviously real. There's far more proof for the enemy than there is for Christ or for God, you know? And I would argue that the enemy is a proof for Christ, but you know what I mean? Like, we see his works relevant every day. And that, I think, is a part of the magic of their wizardry, is that there's that these lies become self-replicating. Like, I would agree with you. Listen to Erica, the girl who moderated my debate, who studies biology more in depthly than anyone I've ever listened to. She's just fascinating. She's so well read. I don't think for a second she's lying. I don't think for a second she's dishonest. There's just no way.
No, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. She believes it, genuinely believes it. Yeah.
What's up, Coy? How are you? Yeah, Phoenix Bear is saying it was his path back to God. Are you talking about Big Bear, Owen Benjamin as a whole, or are you talking about the flat earth, Phoenix Bear? Owen Benjamin, the comedian, went down a pretty wild path a couple years ago as he got kicked out of Hollywood. And I was pretty depressed. I had just gotten ripped off for quite a bit of money from a business partner of mine. I was a brewer at the time. And I was drinking way too much. So one of my friends just talked me into doing Sober October. He's like, you just got to do it, man. You're drinking too much. It'll be good for you. It supports this cancer research. I'll make sure I buy you a ticket once so that you can go out and drink. I was like, all right, fine, I'll do it. I knew in the back of my head I was drinking too much. Then I started watching Owen daily, and he started. It was the same time Brett Kavanaugh was up for Supreme Court nomination.
Right. Okay,
And
so
I
quite
was
recent, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty recently, and I was overdosing on a lot of Jordan Peterson and his review of the Bible, which is got some truths hidden in there, but then a whole lot of warping, right? Like I realize now that it really is 35 hours of lectures of justifying evolution through the Bible. It really is the point of it, as I see now, but I was blind to it. And Owen Benjamin just kind of has this knack of seeing through some of that crap, and he called that out and really put me back on the path. And I think I came to the flat Earth just like a couple months before he did, but then he found the moon. And then there's just this community online of what we call the unbearables. You know, on Twitter, I'm Polar Bear. We got Phoenix Bear in chat. There's such a wonderful group of guys that, and women too, actually, quite a few women who share what you and I are talking about. Just this idea that we need to know where there's faith. There's nothing wrong with faith. Nobody's saying there is. Yeah. But if you stand on faith and think that it's not there, you're never. Yeah. What's the quote? Is this Mark Twain? You can't reason a man out of a position he didn't reason himself into.
Yeah, so something like that. Yeah,
I'm not sure who that is, but. And it's really important for us.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you just said, Joshua. I think that's the point. I think at least the theist is honest about their faith and their starting position, whereas the atheist and the naturalist, they think, oh no, we're rational, right? We base everything on reason and empiricism, but they're not being truthful. And like you said, I think the lie. When you tell the lie enough times, it just becomes the truth almost, doesn't it? And that's what's happened to, as you mentioned, one of the moderators on the Modern Day channel. I've seen her work as well, and she's lovely. I mean, she seems like she genuinely believes it. It's not like she's lying, is it?
No way. No way.
Yeah. And I think that's what the majority of people who subscribe to these theories do. Even heliocentrism, right? It's not like they're lying, right? Although, granted, there will be a few people who probably know it's a lie, right? Like people who have supposedly traveled out into space, right, and observed.
Definitely them. And it's interesting. I was listening to a pilot talk about it who said that he started talking to all the other pilots, and he's like, well, man, 2 out of 3 just told me I was absolutely crazy. And I was just thinking, I was like, 2 out of 3. That means 1 out of 3 listened to you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's extraordinary. Because actually, I wanted to pick your brain over something, because one of the first pieces of information that actually caught my eye with the whole flat Earth hypothesis was flying over Antarctica, the South Pole. Right. So flight paths, isn't it? Am I right in thinking there are no flight paths from? Is it the southern tip of South America to New Zealand? Is that right? Chile to New Zealand, or
there are some that fly inconsistently and take varying amount of times. So it's 8 hours one way, 14 hours the other way, if I remember correctly, but they're completely inconsistent, and they don't go over Antarctica at all. Absolutely not. They completely do the switch. But I'll pull this up real quick. If you look at the flight or the jet stream, it's pretty obvious how they do it.
Right.
It's pretty obvious how they do it, because they're able to go, like the jet streams in some places move over 350 miles per hour.
Right.
And they're very, very new flights as well, which is interesting. I do wonder how much flat earthers are causing changes in reality right now, where they're going out and circumventing things. Like we see YouTube cracking down on flat earth like crazy. Somebody is after this. And if it was just a dumb hoax, I don't get why they would care. I have not heard anyone give on that one. Go ahead.
I was going to say, as in actively silencing or deplatforming.
Deplatforming, demonetizing, and delisting, like changing the algorithm so that they'll never recommend it.
That's very interesting. Yeah. But the counter rebuttal I heard about the flight paths over South Pole or Antarctica was that there just isn't the flight companies claim there isn't a a demand for such flights, so people don't want to fly between those two locations. That's why they go via somewhere like South Africa, or the flights stop. I mean, I don't know if you've heard that counter argument.
I think that argument works really well in the post-COVID world, but before that, I don't. I don't think it's viable. Like there was so much flight from so many other directions. I understand how you can think the moon landing is a hoax, as you are fooling people with fake provided evidence. But how do you fool a group of people that the evidence they provide is wrong? Well, I think that goes really into Narush's point before, where if you're looking to find something specific, if you're looking to prove your theory right, if you're looking for a dinosaur bone and you find a giant bone, it's a dinosaur bone.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an elephant. It's not a mammoth. It's not a giant. It's a dinosaur bone, because that's what you were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's happening with the sequencing of genomes, right? Like we're sequencing all these genomes and we're like, look, all these similarities, that proves last common ancestor. And I'm like, well, couldn't it also prove one common creator?
Yeah, absolutely. It just depends on how you interpret, because this is sort of going into philosophy of science a little bit, but there's always going to be a little bit of bias and prejudice when you interpret observations. You can't help it. And there is an American philosopher of science called Helen Longino, I believe her name is, and she says it quite beautifully. She says, right, the way a researcher interprets the observations and data is always going to depend on their relationship with the hypothesis, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can get, like you said, you can get an intelligent design advocate, interpret that genetic code and say, look, this is evidence of a common creator. Whereas an evolutionist will interpret that same material and say, look, this is evidence of common ancestry, common descent. So it all depends on your starting position. So there's always going to be an element of bias and prejudice in interpretation.
So if you take a look at this is wind patterns laid out on the flat Earth. So this is actually taking live data from NIST, the National Institute of Science and Technology, from the U.S. government.
Right.
And just laying it out on the AE map. And so you see that coming from New Zealand going to South America, you can jump in there just like a highway, and technically the airplane would be breaking the speed of sound. The commercial jet would be breaking the speed of sound. There won't be a sonic boom because the air around it is going so fast, and it is relative. Not everything is, but it is relative.
No.
So UK amateurs appended onto that. Why would you be looking for a dinosaur bone before you knew they existed? So here's what I was saying about the lie becoming self-replicating. I don't think the originator of the dinosaur story believed himself. I think he knew he was lying. I think that many paleontologists right now who are uncovering bones believe what they're doing. I don't think the entire paleontology is just this school of academic liars that doesn't seem reasonable to me. It doesn't seem logical to me.
Yeah, I've got another point to add to that, Joshua, if you don't mind, because actually, it's quite interesting. The invention or creation of dinosaurs came about from a man called Sir Richard Owen, who was around at the time of Darwin, right? A British man, a naturalist, right? And actually, what happened was he hypothesized there were three large fossils that had been collected in parts, I think it was parts of Europe or Britain, right? And they were classified as just ancient prehistoric animals, like a woolly mammoth or a large Roman elephant or something like that, right? And something else as well. But they were just thought of as being large extinct species, right? But then he looked at the three and thought, hold on a second, I can maybe create a new hypothesis here. And so he came up with the hypothesis of dinosaurs, which was known as Dinosauria at the time. And then the interest in dinosaurs emerged, and then people started interpreting new fossils as dinosaurs, right? So it starts with the hypothesis. You don't find a bone and say, this is a dinosaur, right? So, and that goes to what you just said, Joshua, as well. Then you start interpreting new fossils and new evidence with that preconceived hypothesis in your mind. And that's how the lie then, well, I won't call it a lie, but that's how the mistake, shall we say, then, propels itself.
Right now, we're acting under the hypothesis that it is a lie, right? Like, we're not saying we know that. We don't have definitive proof of that.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. But interestingly, Joshua, the dinosaur idea, you could argue it's not a lie as well. You could argue it's just stupid interpretation. Right? It's just like these might, because even the Bible says that there were large prehistoric creatures, right? So perhaps there were some large prehistoric creatures, but they're not necessarily dinosaurs. They're not necessarily an ancestor of chickens, are they? They just might be some. They might just be some unclassified creature that existed, at a time when none of our ancestors, or at a time when human recorded history wasn't there. Right?
But what it is now. Right, like there's one in Job actually. I haven't really gone back to look at that scripture in the Hebrew context since I realized dinosaurs might not be real. But now I'm really curious. What is that behemoth there? I would like to see other old Hebrew writings that use that word, and what were they describing? Because I would assume mammoths are pretty certain. Like we have pretty strong evidence for mammoths. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. Yeah. Woolly mammoths. No, not many people would deny the woolly mammoth.
Okay.
But there are many Christians, like creationists and evolutionists, who will argue that there were large prehistoric animals at a time, right? Dragons, for example. Although we don't use that term because they're more mythological, right? But
right.
And that they may have existed at one point in time, and they're now extinct, and that's what we're actually digging up. We're digging up those fossils, but then evolutionists are misinterpreting them as, quote, dinosaurs, and putting them in this evolutionary chain where actually they're just, they're created by a supernatural intelligence independently, like every species is, right?
Well, and also in the Christian Bible, like the Nephilim, like actual giant human beings. Like if you see a femur that's 4 times the size of a human femur, what are you going to assume there? Like, who knows what that is? Like if Andre the Giant is the mutated dwarf of the giants, like 2,000 years later, I don't know. I'm just hypothesizing here. How big were they once upon a time, right? If he's the last remnant, right? But we don't really see evolution in real life, but we do see devolution, right? We do see that things can corrupt, especially with inbreeding and incest, which is probably what would happen if those families were still around. And that's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
So do you think Richard Owen,
very true,
there's
very
any
true.
chance he was being genuine?
It's a very interesting question. I think he was, because he was actually a devout Christian, and he was actually opposed to Darwin's evolutionary hypothesis initially, at least initially, right? So I think it was just misinterpretation from him. I think he just maybe saw these 3 large creatures and then thought, well, maybe they belong to a specific group, and then termed that group Dinosauria, and then from there,
right? That's all Dinosauria meant, right?
Yeah, exactly. Great lizards. In fact, one of them was I think one of them was an iguanodon. Initially they thought it was just a large. Yeah.
I remember there's a park in the UK that's really famous. That's got like 3 old statues of like the first ones. I totally had forgotten about that. That's back to middle school. It's that memory.
Yeah, that's right. They pick that memory. But you are right as well, Joshua, in the sense that there have been in history, there have been actual hoaxes. So where they've actually forged bones together and mismatched giraffes and ostriches and things like that, crocodiles. But those are few and far between, right? And normally those are due down to a couple of people just acting deceptively for reasons of personal gain, to establish their own careers and things.
Right.
So it's difficult
rather than fool the world that
so it's not part of like a whole conspiracy, shall we say, like by an institution. But you're right, it's possible. It could be a complete hoax instigated by an institution, or it could just be poor science, right? Bad interpretation.
That's the same thing with Kepler when you look at that, because Copernicus came out and said that everything orbits the sun, but his math didn't work, and Kepler just said Copernicus is right and I'm better at math, and so here's how they orbit the sun. And I don't see any necessity that Kepler needed to be a liar, because it never entered his mind, at least from my readings of him, that Copernicus was wrong. He never sat down and thought about that.
Yeah.
And now the crazy thing is everyone I know who has sat down and thought about, is the heliocentric model wrong? either they don't talk about it to me anymore, or they come to the conclusion, yes, everyone. I gave a lecture in my school to my director and to a couple of my colleagues and a couple of fellow teachers, and they've been very silent on the subject since then. I think they're doing their own research. I know one of them sent my slideshow off to a colleague of his that has a doctorate in astronomy. So I wonder what that's going to manifest into. He did agree to talk to me eventually. It should be an interesting discussion.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Go ahead. What's interesting?
No, I was just going to say it's very interesting. You're right. I think there are a lot of parallels, evolution and the geocentric model, or the non-anti, or the flat Earth hypothesis. And you're right. I think there is still a lot of stigma associated with both of them, isn't it? So when you subscribe to one of these, you're generally branded a little bit of an outcast. Would you agree there? And
they weaponized this term science denier, right? Like
science.
What does that even mean? A science is a methodology of study in a certain area. What does that mean?
And that's why I think, like, when you present this model to people, even though it may resonate a little bit with them, they're apprehensive about going too far down the path with you, aren't they? Because they know it can.
And the more I make sense, the scarier they get. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone who showed up to that lecture was expecting to laugh at me. Like that, they expected it would be so obviously wrong that they could just debunk me and move on, and then they could go about their lives. I don't think really anyone showed up expecting to have food for thought for the next few months. And everyone who's been down that trail knows, even if you do it honestly and you still say that it's heliocentric at the end, just that divorcing of yourself that it might not be true. I had to check myself the other day as I was going through something where someone presented to me evidence of the globe, and I had caught myself dismissing it before I did real genuine study of it. Like, I was just like, it could be faked. Let me move on. And then like a couple days later, it just really started to irritate me and sit with me. It was like, I didn't anything to genuinely go after that. And it wasn't that hard for me to really find the reasons of why I don't accept that as a proof. But when I first got it, I was dogmatic, right?
Yeah.
Same thing that I was with the globe back in the day. And that's, we've really got to watch that, because everything we can fall back into like that. And if our theories are correct, and if what we believe is true, then we should welcome challenges, not shy away from them. Should minds sharpen each other like a whetstone sharpens a sword. So it's
absolutely.
It's so important that we need to enjoy the challenge. We need to take on the challenge, and when we're wrong, we need to grow. And
absolutely.
If the world is a globe, I need to go back to thinking that, but you got to prove it first.
No, absolutely. But I think one of the biggest blocks for people is this idea that they want to sort of belong with the majority, isn't it? The consensus opinion, the popular choice. I mean, when you go to the flat Earth, you're sort of, you become a little bit of a minority, an outcast, a little bit. You're labeled. There's a sort of stigma associated with it, right? And that stops a lot of people really inquiring into it genuinely. And I think it's the same with evolution as well, to a large degree. But it's interesting.
It definitely is. I have the benefit. I grew up. I was homeschooled for a while. I was a guy taking college classes while playing football, so I've always been like this odd person out. I didn't fit with the geeks. I didn't fit with the jocks. Hey, Dan, nice to have you here, man. Thanks for showing up. Good morning to you. So when I was in my teenage years and I was rebellious, I kind of just accepted that outcast. Like I would define my identity around that because it was the only identity handed to me. And if you don't have an identity, you're really lost, especially in high school. So I think it's kind of funny. Some of my friends who knew me during that time kind of write off my flat Earth theories as me just going to that extreme still. And they're like, well, you've always needed to be different. And what's more different than that? And they do it pretty pretty kind as well. But
yeah,
it definitely is a part of it. You've got to be able to do that. And
yeah.
I mean, as a Christian, I'm promised that I'm going to be persecuted until I'm overwhelmed and have to flee. So it's
yeah.
we cannot fall into this arguum ad populum that is, like you said, it is the modern theory of epistemology. It really is argument ad populum, of just what does the consensus say.
But interestingly, there is I'm sure you've heard of Thomas Kuhn paradigm shifts, right? And and there is I'm noticing growing momentum for the flat earth theory. Like you said, there are possibly establishments or platforms that are trying to silence it or suppress it, but there is probably, am I right in thinking, a growing movement and growing popularity? Yeah,
and their algorithms are not so good in other languages. So like you see it taking off in Brazil like crazy because the Google can't read the Portuguese as fast when it's spoken. If it's written, of course they can. But the artificial intelligence takes more processing power to go over like Vietnamese or Portuguese. It was interesting. We were running some tests, some of my friends and I, on, you know how phones listen to you all the time, and if you say a thing and often enough, you'll start to get advertisements for it and stuff. So one of my friends was trying to do it in Vietnamese. We were doing Vietnamese instead of English, and she found that she could reorder songs on YouTube playlists by commenting which ones she liked and which ones she didn't in Vietnamese, and that really blew me away. Yeah, so she had a playlist running, listened to 10 songs, say the one she liked, say the one she didn't in Vietnamese, very loud, and then next day pull up the same playlist, and the songs had reordered themselves to fit the one that she vocally said that she liked. And I was like, oh my gosh, I thought Vietnamese gave me a little more time because I could speak Vietnamese. I thought I could fight against them for a little bit longer, but no.
They've got your number there, haven't they? But you're right. So they are trying to suppress it. But I think, paradigm shifts do happen. You just have to look through the history of science. So it could happen, like maybe, but I don't know whether it will happen in our lifetime, right? Whether the consensus will shift from heliocentrism to a flat earth.
I see it as possible, especially because I'm looking at things from a Christian worldview, right? So I view the enemy as the great deceiver. He wears two cloaks. White magic and black magic are both his, right? They stand in counter of the Lord. So I could see an age of enlightenment that comes, like a real age of enlightenment, the golden age, if you will, from prophecies that would be akin to everyone thinking they finally have the truth, where everyone accepts the flat earth and then goes into this dangerous style of thinking. One way that I articulate when people say, well, Christianity is just like all the other major religions at its core. And I say, not quite. The one major difference that I see between Christianity and every other major religion is where that source of the light is. Jesus said, I'm the way, I'm the truth, and I'm the light, right? But he's the light to us. Whereas you look at Eastern teachings like Hinduism and Buddhism, you find that light somewhere inside of yourself. And that's a very, very big difference. And so I do have this curiosity in the back of my head is, will the mainstream pick up flat earth, go back to mysticism, go back to spirituality, but then embrace these this internal self-enlightenment type? Which I wonder if that's even more dangerous than naturalism. I asked myself this one, like that's something that I'm wrestling in the back of my head that I don't really know. Do you have thoughts to add on to that?
That's really interesting, actually. I never thought of it like that, but I suppose it's possible. It's really hard to just, I mean, you can't formulate models on this, can you, and hypothesize and predict? It's just impossible, right? But I suppose thinking about it now, it's the first time I've heard this idea. It's certainly conceivable to me. But I wouldn't necessarily see how it would follow. Like, for example, I don't think a flat earth would necessarily follow into that sort of, like you said, spirituality, mysticism.
Right, but I think flat earth would be I think it might be the trigger, right? So if all of a sudden the flat earthers are successful in proving to the world that the earth is flat, everyone's naturalism gets immediately destroyed. They have to run somewhere. And if they don't run to Christ, there's only one other place to run.
You are right, actually. That's true, because actually what we've seen, isn't it, as well in the West, in America, for example, is people who leave Christianity, they go one of two ways, typically, don't they? They either go into naturalism and atheism, or they do go into that sort of spiritual side of things a little bit as well, like Eastern religion, Buddhism,
They
Hinduism.
go, oh,
Not so
well,
much Hinduism.
Hinduism taught me about spirituality. I'm like, when you were a Christian, did you ever read the Bible? No, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only difference.
So you're right, that is a possibility.
Yeah, it's a scary one. The only difference is when they go to Hinduism or Buddhism, they start to read the literature. Our churches in the West are so good at keeping us from opening our Bible. They teach us this distorted view of Christianity, and then we're not super excited about learning more about it, because it's not very empowering. It's just, oh, you can sin a lot and be forgiven a lot. That's not empowering. But it should be put on the full armor of God every day, right? It should be pick up your cross. It should be go to war. You know, Christ said, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. It should be all about empowering people.
Yeah. And like we said earlier, I think not in this discussion, but when we were in correspondence via email, we were saying that institutional religion, institutional Christianity does have a major problem at the moment.
Yeah.
And this is one of the major issues, isn't it? That they're missing a lot of this. But just on a quick side note, you mentioned, would you say flat Earth would necessitate that naturalism is false, right? Could you fit naturalism into a flat Earth model, do you think? Or is naturalism out the window with?
The Big Bang is gone. Gravity's gone. I think evolution is gone with the Big Bang. I really do. Because the idea is that evolution is life coming from other life, but the initial life was beget by this pure energy that exploded outwards. So I don't think that there's any leg left to stand on even if heliocentrism, not necessarily the flat Earth, I think geocentrism ruins it too.
Really?
If we're the center, we were placed here, man. Like there's things don't get to be perfectly in the middle by accident. It takes a lot of aligning. Like, have you ever designed anything in your life? If you want it to be symmetrical, it's on purpose. Symmetry doesn't happen by mistake.
But that's the argument from design, isn't it? And a lot of naturalists would still argue against that. For example, evolutionists, the intelligent design movement, use the argument from design. They say, look how complex even a single cell organism is. It couldn't have arisen by chance. There must be a designer, right? But that naturalists will argue against that, saying, no, not necessarily, isn't it? It can occur through chance. Look, we're just working on the process. It's a God of the gaps argument, they say, if you appeal to God for that process. So in that sense, could a naturalist still not say, well, look, we have a geocentric model, right? Or flat Earth. We just don't know how it came about, but we believe it came about through naturalistic processes. Would that model be tenable still in your mind?
That would be akin to, that would be akin to you proving to me that Christ was a liar, and me saying, well, I'm still a Christian. I've just got to figure out how I'm going to wrap my head around it. Because we talked about how every belief has to have this faith, and they're unquestionable. I forget what they call them. I think they call them like root laws or something in naturalistic science, where these are the things that we can't explain, and we know we can't explain them, but we accept them anyway because nothing else makes sense if we don't.
Those axioms.
Yeah, exactly right. You mentioned the axioms before, and so I think that once you shatter those, if you have to be dealing with a really dishonest person for them not to throw everything back on the table. Like in the sense, I did that as far as a historical point of view. When I found out the moon landing wasn't true, I threw everything back on the table. I've listened to people talk about Tartaria, where there was no real Roman Empire as well, right? And my sister was freaking out about that. My little sister, when she lives with me here in Vietnam, she was like, "Oh, how do we know anything?" And then she saw what your name was on our upcoming stream, and she's like, "That's what I am." She really bonded with what you were saying. Only she's quite terrified about it. She's looking for a way to answer that in herself right now, because I'm excited by it. I really am. If everything they've told me is a lie, I have so much more to discover. I've always wanted to be an explorer.
Yeah, what you just said there does make sense to me. It would be like they were really putting the cart before the horse, isn't it? They would just be trying to justify everything through naturalism, regardless. Even a miracle, you could present them with a miracle, and they would say, "Well, there must be a naturalistic explanation to it." So
yeah, T-Jump said that on some debate where if he died and he woke up in heaven, he would assume there was a naturalistic way for him to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Even Richard Dawkins, I think, says the same thing. He says,
really?
"Look,
He stole that line?
Yeah, well, exactly. A very similar version, because he says, look, even if God came and presented himself to me and proved him, I would just assume I'm hallucinating, right?
Oh, wow.
So he would still deny it and explain it through naturalism. So with those hardcore atheists, you can't convince them whatever you present, right? It's just their psychological disposition. It's their indoctrination. They're heavily invested in the naturalistic hypothesis.
Yep, and the reason why I think it's fair to call it indoctrination is because what you said before, where they deny their faith. I'm not indoctrinated by Christianity or by Christians. I'm aware that I have faith in Christ. Like it's a conscious decision. Yeah, it's a huge difference, and it's an important one for everyone in this life. It's okay if you're a naturalist, that's fine, but for your own mental health. You need to know where you stand. Yeah. UK Amateurs has had this statement up for a minute. I want to address it. So maybe people look at flat earthers as crazy because you talk about a hoax and a misinterpretation in the same breath. How would you respond to that, Nairush?
Well, obviously, I'm not as clued in on the flat Earth hypothesis as you are, so maybe you're better at you're in a better position to answer it. But I would just use it generically. I would say,
I think that's
generically, like even if I used it for dinosaurs or evolution, I would say sometimes there can be elements of both, right? You can't rule it out, okay? But that doesn't make anything. It doesn't necessarily follow, logically speaking, that it would be a lie, right?
Right.
Or that it would be untrue. Sorry. So I don't think that is a reason for people to assert that somebody who presents an alternative model is crazy.
I would take it to the moon landing example where you've got the guys in Houston on their computers, right? And they're seeing all this telemetry data coming from another computer, and they're interpreting that to mean that these astronauts are in space and headed towards the moon and landing on the moon. It's not a hoax from their point of view. They're misinterpreting the data that someone designed so that they would misinterpret it. Fair enough. And now in that aspect that it's a hoax. It's interesting that you talking about how you think that evolution might have been natural in its creation. But wouldn't you say at the very least Charles Darwin was racially motivated, even if not theistically motivated?
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting. His story is very interesting. Do you know actually the hypothesis started with his grandfather, Erasmus Darwin?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, So Erasmus Darwin, his grandfather, who incidentally is from the same town that I'm from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just coincidental. Yeah, it's a small town. His house is a stone's throw, so it's quite ironic. So that's essentially where the theory starts from, the same town where I'm at. So in 1791, he wrote this book called Zoonomia, and in that book, he presents the idea of common descent. He says, wouldn't it be... Imagine a single-cell organism has given rise to all life forms here on Earth. All species have evolved and descended from this single-cell organism. So he actually comes up with the hypothesis initially. Charles Darwin...
Origin of species.
Origin of species, yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And then
I didn't know that.
Yeah, not many people do know it because Charles Darwin's the one who actually presents it in a coherent manner and backs it up with some sort of model, scientific model, the model of natural selection. But the initial hypothesis comes from his grandfather, and very few people know that. So what happens is Darwin then picks up the hypothesis himself from his grandfather, and then he goes out and tries to prove it, right? Using observations of nature, right? But the interesting thing is now some people will say Charles Darwin was a devout theist, a devout Christian, right? Because he actually had considered becoming a Christian priest at some point, right? But then he did lose his faith, right? I think throughout his Middle Ages, or maybe it coincided, the loss of his faith coincided with various tragedies he had in his life. I think he lost his daughter at the age of 10, who he was very fond of. And I think that coincided with his loss in Christian faith, as it tends to do with some people.
Yeah.
And I think that drew him more towards naturalism and atheism. So he was drawn towards the idea that there is no God, right? So I would argue that was his starting point. I don't think he is deliberately distorting observations, right? But if you interpret observations with a naturalistic worldview, right? So that's his starting point. He believes in naturalism and atheism now. And then he interprets data and observations with that starting point, right? Then he creates this model of natural selection and evolution, right? So I wouldn't call it a deliberate hoax or a deliberate lie, but
yeah, I think I would agree with you now that I know that little bit more of the story. That changes a lot. I've always envisioned this guy on a boat who just had too much time on his hands and was like,
exactly. That's what's, yeah. Well, that interestingly, Joshua, that's what's presented, because that's much more of a better story. So when they present it that way, they can say, oh, Darwin actually looked at nature and then came up with the theory, right? Whereas that's false. He had the theory already preset and then interpreted data and observations to fit the theory, right? So it's circular reasoning in a way. But
did you say it was his dad or his grandfather that gave him
his grandfather? Yeah,
his
Erasmus.
Yeah. So did he publish books, or did he just?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, the book's called Zoonomia, 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 right?
All right, I will.
And it
I will
was
have
1791.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they keep this quiet. A lot of evolutionists like Richard Dawkins will not mention this because it's actually quite damaging for the story of Charles Darwin.
The third line on the Wikipedia page is, however, the younger Darwin denied any influence of his grandfather's work and his own ideas.
I think that's completely untenable. They were mixing closely. So the Wikipedia saying he coincidentally came up with the same idea.
The exact same idea. That's exactly what it says.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, just to even, because I've read information that he was influenced by the idea, and he admitted it at times during his life. But
it seems the logical conclusion, like you said. What are the odds that father and grandfather both come up with a unique, novel idea that is pretty much exactly the same, that their name becomes synonymous with for the next 250?
Yeah, precisely. But just coming back to what your question, Joshua, on the racism part of it, right? So that, I think that's a product of evolution rather than a cause of it. So, for example, you are right. Charles Darwin and his fellow colleague Thomas Huxley, I don't know if you've heard of him, he was a big advocate of Darwin. He was nicknamed Darwin's bulldog because he was such a strong proponent of the theory of evolution. They had very controversial racist views, right? So which was based on the idea of, which was based on white supremacy, essentially, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't think that led them to the theory of human evolution. I think they had the theory of human evolution first, right? And then they said, right, so if all human beings originate from a single point, where can we put that point? It has to be on one of the land masses, on one of the continents. And then they said, well, look, the Africans, they look inferior. You know, they're an inferior species, subspecies of human beings. So we must have come from Africa, right? And it was just a shot in the dark. It was a complete shot in the dark, a complete hypothesis. And so I think preconceived racist ideas led to the human out of Africa hypothesis and the specific human evolution part of the theory. But I don't think he used racism like...
I don't think that was the reason for this. He wasn't trying to justify racism by creating this theory.
No, I don't think he was. No, I think he just genuinely had some racist ideas, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and then he sort of his new worldview, his racist ideas fit in with his new worldview.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
And then he interprets future. Yeah, he interprets future observations and data which fits in with those racist worldviews, and then also presents further models based on those racist worldviews. Yeah.
Well, it has always seemed to me that the only real argument for racism would be Darwinism.
It is. It's true. It's true, and they deny this as well. But even Hitler, had Yeah, I know. It's because they want to brush this under the carpet, but obviously Hitler, he was, he actually famously quoted Darwin and the idea of human evolution and how there's a hierarchy of races, right? Now that concept of a hierarchy of races can only come about through human evolution, a model of human evolution and evolution
exactly.
theory.
Exactly. From the Christian point of view, that there's no way, like there's nothing even in Christian text that glorifies intelligence. So like if you want to argue that Southeast Asians are the master race because their IQ is the highest, right? Like there's nothing even aligned with Christianity that because you're more intelligent you're a better person at all. It's the least are the most important. It's even the opposite. You could make the argument.
Yeah, exactly. And if
go. I'm going to change topic, so I want to.
Yeah. Well, So I was just going to say, like, and also if you start with, I don't know what the Christian model is, but if you start with a single point of, or like a single Adam and Eve, then there's no real justification to say one race is higher than the other because they arguably just all come out of the same single source. Whereas with the human evolution model, you would argue that each race has sort of come out of the other race, like sort of. So it's a bit more
races
contentious.
Could have independently evolved from the naturalist point of view, right? Like the least common ancestor of two races least common denominator. The last common ancestor between two races could theoretically not be human, right?
Theoretically, but that's not what their model supposes, because they're saying we all came from this. We all came from an ape man in sub-Saharan Africa, right? And then we all ventured out of Africa. That's the.
I thought they changed that actually. Okay.
No, that's the most favored model, the out of Africa hypothesis, right? So there were no human beings that evolved out of Africa. Everyone evolved in Africa and then went out into the world. But just I will just correct one thing I said. The out of Africa hypothesis. It's difficult to say it was directly influenced by racism from Huxley and Darwin. It could have been other things, but like one of the I think source of evidence they used was that chimpanzees and gorillas are in sub-Saharan Africa, right? So they said, well, if they're in sub-Saharan Africa, it's likely that their ancestor was the same as our ancestor, so we probably all evolved from there. However, the other great apes are orangutans, right? And orangutans are in new parts of the world, Southeast Asia, right? So they could have equally picked Southeast Asia as a point of origin, right? But instead they went for sub-Saharan Africa, so it does question, and they had no reason to pick one over the other. So,
and behaviorally, I think orangutans are far more human-like than gorillas.
I've heard that, I've heard that, and I've heard some geneticists say as well that DNA is actually more similar with the orangutan, but there's a bit of, but there's contention on that. Some will argue it's not, some will argue that it might be, so I wouldn't, don't quote me on that.
It's interesting when you're talking about this because the Talmud has references as far back as like 250 AD of the Africans being the sons of Ham and being cursed, and that's why their nose looks different and their skull looks different. All that literature in the U.S. of why it was okay to enslave black people in the United States shifted into a Darwinistic point of view, but it originally was from the curse of Ham. And so I was wondering if Darwin was trying to give justification, like that was always what was in the back of my head. He was trying to give justification of racism while removing religion because the Jews had used the curse of Ham for so long.
I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Yeah, that is very interesting. I didn't know that. But I do know you are right to say that I think scientific racism does coincide with Darwin's ideas and the theory of evolution. Right? Yeah. And like you said, the transatlantic slave, but also the they animalized many Africans. They were put in cages and put in exhibitions in zoos right around that time of Darwin and the early 20th century. So it did have a lot of implications, I think.
Yeah, you starve them and torture them, and surprise, surprise, they scream like a chimpanzee.
Yeah.
It's exactly right. All right, let's see what Dan's saying. do you all, I guess, do y'all feel there is a way we can negotiate a coexistence in this world with the secret rulers and world governments who have portrayed this lie? Can we fix relations, or must we start over? That's a really interesting one, Dan, because I'm one of my closest friends out here is a communist from South Africa. And he and I always get into the most heated political discussions ever since I was like a pure-on, moon-believing, Trump-loving American, right? And he makes these comments about how I'm growing more and more leftist. And he's got a very different definition of leftist than Americans do, but maybe more in line with yours, Narush, because it's international. He defines right-wing as someone who wants to preserve the status quo, and left-wing is once something changed. So if you're an extreme left-winger, you want everything torn down and rebuilt. If you're an extreme right-winger, you want literally nothing to change, which would mean nowadays in 2020, racists would not be extreme right-wingers because they want to go back to a more racist theory. So they have to err somewhat on the left. They want things to change now. So I feel that our only move right now is to check out. We need to stop feeding the beast. We need to stop paying for Netflix. We need to stop going to movies. We need to stop living in New York and LA. We need to take personal agency and stop saying, well, because everyone else is supporting it, my little dollars won't matter, my trickle in. And before we go to his next question, what do you have to add on that? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting take, and I think it would be difficult, if there is an establishment or an institution which is feeding a lie and controlling you, and you want to break free of that, then it would be very difficult for you to then realign yourself with that establishment or institution, right? Because they're the ones that's the very thing that has been exploiting you and been controlling you. And if you want to be free of it, then you would probably have to disalign yourself from it. But I mean, who knows, right? Who knows? I mean, there are things called paradigm shifts, and like we said, I mean, not all of we're not critiquing the whole of the scientific institution here, right? There's a difference between a hoax and people who are just misinformed and misinterpreting information, right? So if there's a paradigm shift and the scientific institution accepts the flat earth model, for example, right? There's no reason why you should distance yourself from that scientific institution, right? You can embrace them, right? And incorporate them into, So it depends, I suppose, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I think that fits with Dan's follow-up questions. He's saying, where would flat earthers go from here? Too many seem content arguing and performing a zillion 9-mile observations. What's the end game? What's the next logical step? I'm with you completely, Dan. And it was why my presentation was to my academic director, right? Like I want to enter into academia with this. I really do. And I don't see a way to do that in the West, but I'm going to be honest with you. I do in the East. They're not as dogmatic here in education. They care about real education, even though the lower education is just as manipulated and warped as ours is in the U.S. There's a lot more academic integrity because it hasn't been overtaken by those with political motives here. The colleges in the U.S. are political houses only. I've been telling my students for about 2 years now, almost, do not go anywhere in the Ivy League. They don't want you. You're the wrong color. Sorry. What do you mean? Harvard's the best school in the world. I was like, nope, you're Asian. You have to score like a 1545 to get there. I only need like a 1390. A black person's going to need a 1250, right? They're no longer about the best. You want to go to a school in America? I can recommend MIT, but and so I want to move into academia. I think Narush has mentioned this paradigm shift many times. I think we all feel this. I see one coming with our economy in a really, really big way. I'm more aware of the Federal Reserve and the banking system than the average person on this planet, and we're running out of time. Every single bank in the world has their reserve currency as the U.S. dollar for now. There are over $30 trillion in existence, and only about 1.8 trillion of those dollars are in the United States. Within China's central bank, they have about 8 trillion US dollars. So let's just think about that. If China wanted to, at the snap of their fingers, they could multiply our currency inside the United States by 5. That means your house that was $250,000 is now 1.2 million overnight, and the Chinese could do that at will. Everybody's talking on the main stage like there's this whole kind of war and trade deal between the U.S. and China, but China could snap their fingers and bring us to our knees. They wouldn't have to do anything except buy stuff or pay off debt. Right now, the only reason that our fiat currency is perpetuating itself as long as it is because the sheer amount of debt that is in U.S. dollars. The wonderful thing is if you owe someone $1,000 and it's U.S. dollars, you need to pay interest in U.S. dollars. You need to pay service fees in U.S. dollars. The Chinese are not in debt totally because their budget is balanced, account payable, accounts receivable, but they still do owe people trillions of U.S. dollars. And if they paid it off, not only would the world just have a surcharge of trillions of U.S. dollars, just like we printed more money, but also that need for millions of dollars a week to pay service fees and interest would evaporate. That's just China. That's not including Europe if they join together. Over $30 trillion. You look at our statistics right now, and they're even scarier. Let me pull up something from the Fed real quick. Got 2 charts to pull up that'll be real quick.
No problem.
This is the U.S. M2 money stock. M2 is counted as near money. That means that's money that you can access with little or no penalties. An example of this would be like your certificate of deposit, your CD account. You'd have like a little tiny percentage to get it, but it is still essentially money. Let's look at this since 9/11 about how much money that's going on. Here was 2008. 2008, the world almost stopped. We got so close to having to overhaul our banking system. Most people don't even know because deals were made at the last minute and U.S. dollars were transferred out, and what was it, $600 billion disappeared into the Pentagon's account. They just got rid of it to slow things down. So now look at what's happened because of Corona. It makes 2008 look like a joke. And then there's one more chart. This is the money stock. This is how much money that we actually have. The reason why we don't feel this, the reason why we don't have inflation is because money stock isn't the only thing that matters in a Keynesian economic system. It's also the monetary velocity, how fast the money is moving. So now we're going to look at our monetary velocity. And we're going to look at this since 9/11. So once again, we see the whole world hiccup in 2008 when that Great Recession hit, right? The velocity just slows down. Everybody gets too scared to spend. And once again, it's an absolute laugh compared to Corona. And when you look at it, you see, Trump did really good in the economy, right? Like, he's telling the truth. He did pull us out of the recession from Obama. He's not wrong. But everything that happened in 2020, that rise isn't even registering on the chart.
Yeah, it's negligible.
Yeah, it's absolutely gone. So what's going to happen when Americans start spending their money again? And it's not just Americans. That's the sad thing. Like I showed you, that M2 money stock was at like 25 trillion. And like I said, there's only about 2 trillion US dollars inside of America. So what's going to happen when people who are holding American dollars start spending again? Inflation is going to hit like Weimar Germany. Difference in Germany was everything was in Germany back then in the late 1920s. They stopped spending money because of the war, and everybody just saved as much money as they could. They put it under their beds, essentially. But then the war ended, and people felt confident again. But during the war, Germany had printed 5 times as many marks as there was originally. And so when people started spending faster, the inflation hit. Then their debts hit. They had to pay that off, so they started printing more, and the trust in the mark was already gone, so everybody spent as fast as humanly possible. If that happens to us, we're going to hit a hiccup, and we don't know what's going to happen. So, like, is Trump a good guy? I guess Benton G's asking this exact same question, right? Do you not think China and the U.S. are controlled by the same people? I'm going to give it a good old probably. But let's say Trump is a good guy, right? Let's say he's a genuine bona fide nationalist. He wants to do his best. The only thing he could do would be to destroy the U.S. dollar and recreate a new currency. But if it's a fiat currency, nobody will trust it. The U.S. does not have enough gold in the bank. They don't have enough gold in reserves. The U.S. has been selling their silver reserves, which were once the biggest in the world, to keep silver prices artificially deflated right now. And silver mines are running dry everywhere in the world. Their ore percentages is dropping from 80% to about 15, 20%. You can't mine 15 to 20% silver ore until the price of silver is at $150 an ounce. It's at $20 an ounce right now. There are some serious problems going on. So what could come of this? They don't need a one world government if they have a one world currency, because they can turn it off like that. They can put they don't need to put you in jail if they make it so you can't buy bread. And it's a scary thought. These charts aren't lies. This is St. Louis Fred, guys. This is the real charts. There's no manipulation on these stocks. It's why when you ask me, Dan, and you go to what is our next step, our first step, we need to protect our family. we need to protect ourselves. And of course our second step is to spread the truth. But yeah, if the US and the Chinese are controlled by the same people, then I think we're going to see a one world currency come out soon, because we're running out of time. I mean, now we're at the fact that honestly, Jeff Bezos could trigger an inflation if he wanted. That's just one dude.
Yeah.
Democrats versus Republicans as part of the bread and circuses. I thought, yeah, I think I totally agree with you. The pandemic be a way to ease into economic collapse by shifting responsibility for the class onto the people. I think the pandemic. The only thing that makes sense from the numbers I'm looking at is it's about a new currency, and Trump seems to be rolling into the punches, right? Like $2.2 trillion bailout bill he passed like that. I got $1,200 in my bank account, and I haven't paid U.S. taxes in 4 years. There's no justification for me getting that money. I don't live there. I'm not there. And then Donald Trump sent me a letter in Vietnam reminding me that it was him who gave me that money. He has had his printed signature on it and everywhere. First piece of mail I've ever gotten from the U.S. government in my entire time living in Vietnam. A letter from Trump reminding that I got my Trump bucks, right? So when you do the math, that bill comes out to $6,666 per American citizen, and the numbers aren't looking good. And then look at what the superpowers are doing, specifically India. August of 2018, India lowered their gold intake and started buying way more silver. You might ask why silver? Because silver to gold ratio right now is like 75 to 1. Traditionally, through the past 4,000 years of history, the silver to gold ratio is about 20 to 1. It's going crazy. So they are obviously stockpiling so that when there's a shift, actually places like India are going to become dramatically more wealthy, not less. But the average American doesn't have $2 silver to rub together. I think economy is the only thing that makes sense for me for the pandemic. I know a lot of the truthers are talking about the mask ritual and the 6 feet apart, but only Americans are still doing that stuff. In Vietnam, we stopped with the masks and we stopped with the social distancing like 4 or 5 months ago. Oh, thank you, Dan.
Oh, right.
What do you have to comment on that, Narush? I kind of went off on a tirade there.
No, it was quite interesting. I was just sitting there listening, and I'm not too well informed about economics, but certainly what you're intimating there with those graphs and that information is certainly conceivable to me. I think a one world currency could be a possibility in the near future. Recession looks like it's coming, right? Or we're already in it, I suppose. Yeah, as you say. Right?
The depression looks like it's coming. The recession is
depression. Yeah, it was. But in terms of the yeah, I mean, I've ummed and ahed over the COVID situation, and I'll just say that I'm sitting on the fence with it. I don't want to sort of align myself with one position. But what's your specific take on it then? You think there is, as the previous guest just asked, a pandemic as such?
It's certainly not as described. There were direct flights from Wuhan coming into Ho Chi Minh City, the city that I live, up until March 25th. Direct flights from Wuhan. We had under 1,000 cases and under 50 deaths. It's definitely not as we're being told.
Yeah.
I've got a friend in India though who is really painting, and I trust her with my life, and she's really painting a situation where it feels like there's more death than there should be. So the numbers don't really show, but in India numbers aren't super trustworthy. But her whole family has gotten sick in ways that they don't normally get sick. Right. So I don't have any firsthand from Americans who say that, but in India, I trust her. She's not lying to me, and she loves all my conspiracy theories. So if she didn't believe it, she'd be right on board saying it's fake.
Yeah.
So I've got to pause there. But I see an alignment that's happening in the whole world. We all acted the same. We all did the same thing. Everyone already is linked in this one world fiat currency by the U.S. government, and it's gonna fail. It's just there have been over 10,000 fiat currencies in the history of mankind, and every single one of them has catastrophically crashed to zero. Yeah, Benton G saying he doesn't think anyone's sick. In the U.S., I haven't heard any real firsthand accounts. Everyone I know who had COVID in the U.S. was sick like Trump for like 2 days and be like, "I'm good now." But yeah, my
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you carry on. I was just going to add something there. So you finish.
I was just going to say it's her direct family. Like it's not her friends of her friends or her great grandmother. It's her brothers, sisters, her mom, and her dad. She doesn't live with them, so I guess she was spared. And most of them recovered fine, but it was a rough journey for some of them. But the majority just like a flu. But she's telling me that it's abnormal that the entire house would get the flu. Of course, flus happen. She's like, I don't witness this, and I trust her. I really do. So I'm way in there. I don't know. The 5G stuff that the teachers are saying doesn't make much sense to me. But
yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, and I'll just add to Benton's point that people. I mean, the point is people do get sick, right? And you probably do know people who are sick, but the question is whether they're sick from COVID or whether it's flu or whether it's another type of illness. And I think the conspiracy ideas are actually gaining momentum here in the UK where I am. I think there was a protest recently about, and most of those protesters think that this is really played up. But there are various versions, aren't there? Like you said, there's the 5G idea. There's the idea that it is a genuine virus, but it's just exaggerated. The effects are just exaggerated. And there's also ideas that it's a man-made virus, or ideas that, so there are various different types, aren't there?
More lethal if it was a man-made virus. If this was a bioweapon, they're not doing a very good job. That's my thought. Yeah. I was wondering about everywhere.
Yeah. But unless this is the desired outcome, right? I suppose you could argue they don't want mass extinction, but they just want maybe a control, fear, surveillance, the financial changes. I don't know. I mean, that's just one view I've heard. I'm not necessarily advocating or subscribing to it, but yeah, I've heard that idea.
And I mean, it's so hilarious to watch Trump, who's 76 and not obese. He's probably borderline if he's not obese. He's definitely overweight, and he just pops back up in 3 or 4 days.
Yes.
Like, in February here, and people
Yeah.
were sick for like a month, and then they couldn't breathe for like 3 more weeks as they would slowly nurse themselves back to health. And Trump's like 3 days later, he's like, I kicked its butt. Good.
Yeah, that's true. But our Prime Minister Boris Johnson was in a coma, I think, for a few days at least, I believe.
Johnson was
in a ventilator.
Oh,
yeah. Boris Johnson was on a ventilator in ITU. I think he was very sick with it, right?
Oh, I totally missed that. I don't know how. It must have been overshadowed by something Trump said.
Possibly. But the thing is, even then, it's difficult to say, right? It could still be pneumonia or just a flu. People do get very sick from the flu as well, right? But I'm not sure, because they can always manipulate the facts, can't they? And it's difficult to know from our point of view what's really going on.
That's exactly right. And Sika said maybe they didn't make the virus; they just altered an existing one. Took the code and made it a little more contagious, something like that. Like that would definitely would fit the agenda.
Yeah.
But it seems to be it's the destruction of economy. You look at the amount of small businesses in the United States that are shutting down, and elsewhere as well. Like all hospitality is running. Food and beverage is dying, and food and beverage makes up something like 65% of small businesses in the U.S.
But I will agree with you, Joshua, on that one point. I think I've heard India as well. They do have huge amounts of cases, from what I've heard, right, and huge amounts of mortality. So I think your friend is probably right to point that out. And yeah,
she's feeling something that's making her uncomfortable, and she's not a woman who scares easily. So I'm taking it. It's definitely the most important count when I'm thinking about the other side, because we've been friends for ages, and we've sat there and talked about conspiracy theories for hours into the night while drinking beers. So it's just she wouldn't be putting on airs. There's nothing in my mind that makes me think that. So it's something. The currency makes sense. I don't know if you guys are aware, but a law was just passed, and by January 1st, 2021, every U.S. bank must furnish all of U.S. citizens and permanent residents with a digital wallet for an undeclared digital currency. That's not that far away. That's January 2021. It seems be that this next COVID relief bill from the United States government that's going to go into the pockets of American citizens will be done in the form of a digital currency. There seems to be some suggestions and some legal work already being laid down there. I'm not an alarmist. Like, I wasn't one screaming about that House Bill 666 that went out with the vaccines, because I looked at it and I was like, there's no way this will ever pass. But I believe this one already has. Try to pull it up. But it's definitely a part of it. The UK amateurs has got The heliocentric model is just a misinterpretation of evidence. There's nothing nefarious. Isn't it just to say there we go shift back to evidence? I believe that the heliocentric model, if I'm right in my assumptions on the flat Earth, I believe that the heliocentric model is nefarious, but you got to keep in mind, UK amateurs, I look at everything through a Christian worldview. So the nefarious actors could be spiritual principalities as opposed to humans, right? It could be a demonic influence that has a vested interest in keeping us deceived about the nature of our world, and it could be tons and tons of humans who are just buying into it, believing it. He's saying he's challenging your Boris Johnson story. He's saying it was just put on oxygen.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My apologies. I'll correct myself. Yeah, I think that might be right. He was just in intensive care for observation, perhaps. Or...
Well, he was in the ICU, not like Trump, who had like 6 suites in his
hospital. No, I think no, I think he was. Yeah, Johnson was quite ill. I believe he was quite ill with it, and he was there for. He was there for a week or two. But Trump, what do you think? I heard ideas that Trump, was. Well, there were conspiracy theories that he didn't really have it as well, weren't there? So.
Oh, that makes sense to me because his taxes just got released, and everyone stopped talking about his taxes the second he got it. He got a bunch of free airtime, which Trump loves free airtime. And now he gets to say, "Don't be a baby. I beat Corona. You can beat Corona." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. He comes across as like a tough, strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any lose for him. I see win-win-win. So if he didn't have it, even if it is real, and Trump just is like, "Hey guys, let's just pretend I have it for like a week. It'll be fine." Maybe nobody's talking about his taxes anymore, and that was all that was on the news before he got it. During that debate, Biden brought it up in his debate. It was crazy.
Correct. Yeah.
I think this is the bill, but I'm not positive. Throwing it in the chat here. I can't see if that was the one that actually passed, or maybe if that was one of the proposals that failed. But that is one referencing that digital dollar wallet on the first.
All right.
There are ways to prove a flat Earth in a court of law. In fact, it has already been done in the late 1800s. If anyone gets serious in this time, even with the modest means, 50,000 U.S. structure could be made. I do agree with that, Dan. Question would be, the question would be, would it change things? Like how would we televise our success if we're not allowed on YouTube, if we're not allowed on Facebook, if we're not allowed on Twitter, right? Like if they're really going out to silence us, even spending that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. You've seen my channel, Dan. You see the experiments that I'm saving up to run. I'm totally with you there. This could prove conclusive curved or flat, that being a derivation of Brian Mullen's Force the Line. That was this experiment that they did across the United States with theodolites, where they just leveled the theodolite over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh, right. Okay.
This could be erected by a fence company overseen by land surveyors with 50-cent stakes and a storm gutter for less than $50K. Yeah, I totally agree. I think that there are quite a few ways that we could prove it and be done. Like I've got one I designed on my channel called the Southern Distance Test. And what I want to do is I want to go somewhere in South Africa with me and a friend. We'll be 100 kilometers apart from each other. We'll rent motorbikes and we'll both take our compass and we'll drive perfect south for 100 kilometers. And then we measure our distance at the end. If my math is right on my flat Earth, at the end of it, we should be 980 meters farther apart than we started. Because the way that the flat Earth works, right? You have the equator, and then if it's flat, the rest of the world would need to get bigger. But in a globe, everything comes closer together. So it would be a way, in my mind, that we could pretty definitively prove that. Let me pull up a example of what I mean.
But how would you measure the distance between yourselves?
That's something that I'm still working on. I cannot find a LiDAR that seems to go that long, but I think I should be able to do it with radar. I really do. I need to learn a little bit more about it though, and I need to study if I can build that equipment or buy that equipment. Obviously can't trust GPS. I wonder if we could use celestial navigation. But I don't know enough about the southern stars yet to answer that. In the north, I'd be confident using celestial navigation to.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And even if our tests are allowed, if we're allowed to perform them, how do we published them. Like, wouldn't you argue that Samuel Rowbotham proved the Earth to be flat in 1890 with the Bedford level test? But he was completely silenced and ridiculed.
Mm.
So there's essentially the idea, right? So in the globe, as you go south, you get closer together. So I drew it up in AutoCAD to get my distance. Yeah, and so at 100 kilometer progression, if the distance from the equator is correct and they're both perfect circles, some assumptions I'm making, obviously, because I have to, we would be almost a kilometer farther apart by going 100K. And there's my AutoCAD drawing. I never trust my math, so I always verify it in AutoCAD.
Mm. Yeah, it's fascinating. But it was interesting, that question on proving it in a court of law, because I think they tried to do that with evolution, didn't they? They tried to put evolution on trial. I think so. Yeah, there was the Kenneth Miller case, was it? I can't remember. I think it was. Let me just look this up actually very quickly. And it was the intelligent design movement, I think. But I think they concluded in favor of evolution, I think, on that one. And there was a famous Scopes trial, obviously, in the 1920s, but that was different. That was a different issue.
Well, you look that up. I'll answer UK Amateur's question.
Right.
The test that Jeranism did on Behind the Curve was just basically a distance observation test that he messed up horribly. He never did a site survey during the day, and he had a physical obstruction. I plan to do one that's pretty much the same as Jeranism's distance test, probably this month, if I can make it down to the beach. Classes have slowed down because of the beer virus, so money got tight through the summer, but they're finally picking up again, and I should be back to my happiness. But I don't think there was anything special in that test, except it was to see if light could go over water, but the globers always just say refraction, refraction, refraction. So things like what Dan and I are talking about are ones that couldn't be explained by refraction. But then Dan's got such a strong point. Even if we prove it and film it and all that, the mainstream won't allow it to be seen. They really do just own everything. It's kind of insane. And I mean, we give it all to them. Look, here we are on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So it's yeah. Sorry, Joshua. It's actually it's called the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. Which was several years ago, but it was more specifically whether you could teach intelligent design alongside creationism, or alongside evolution in science classrooms. But it basically became a trial of evolution. Yeah.
Wow. Can you give me the name of that case? I'd like to read it after.
Yeah, it's it's Kitz. Yeah.
Say that again. What's the?
Yes. Yep. It's Kitzmiller. That's Kitzmiller.
I could probably get.
V Dover.
Yeah, area school district. Yeah. Cool. 2005.
Yeah, so it's quite a while ago. But yeah, so essentially that became a trial of evolution, because they were sort of looking through the whole. I think the court was looking at all the evidence for evolution versus intelligent design, and
interesting. I'm gonna shoot this.
Yeah. So similarly, I suppose similarly, flat Earth. You could present a similar case, right? To say the geocentric model or the flat Earth theory should be presented in schools, right? As well as
That's a good point. I see your point now. You're going about how they actually got hurt by the judge. I guess they were suing the school for the right to teach it.
That's right.
That's really interesting. And that you could do at a very localized state level. And you could go to, you could pick a county or you could pick a state that's more friendly towards bucking against the mainstream sciences, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
That's-
because the whole
idea. Go ahead, keep going.
yeah, the whole intelligent design movement, they were trying notoriously to try and get intelligent design taught in schools, and so they were pursuing legal channels for that through the courts, but it never materialized. Whereas I think you could present the same argument for the flat Earth model, couldn't you? Because what the intelligent design advocates were saying was, let's just teach the controversy. The children have a right to know the controversy. Yep. Whereas the opponents, the evolutionists, were saying, no, let's just silence them because what they're teaching is not science. We don't want that even brought into school. So it's a similar argument with the flat Earth, isn't it? You could say, let's just teach the controversy. Let's present our model, present the globe Earth model, and let the children see that, know that this discrepancy exists.
I think that's totally true. I want to read a lot more about that court case and maybe reach out to a couple friends I have that are lawyers and ask them how exactly they got to be heard and whether was it I guess it'd be a civil suit, right?
I think so, but I don't know the specifics of that case too well. It was a long time ago that I came across it, but I'd have to read over it again as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like that required the teaching of intelligent design. So it looks like it was the evolutionists trying to remove intelligent design from the schools, but I'm not totally sure because I'm glossing over while trying to hold a conversation as well.
Yeah, it's not easy.
That's a really wild thought if we could approach it from a point of view of just education. Who cares who's right? Like they should both be taught. Like just teaching in schools would be such a blow. And imagine the press coverage we would get if we started to go forward with that trial. It would be on every newspaper.
Yeah, I think you would. Yeah, there's an interesting remark here from Miller, who was one of the main witnesses for the opposition of intelligent design being taught in schools, and he said there is no First Amendment protection against bad science. If you think incorrect science is being taught in the schools, you don't have a constitutional argument against it. But if you think that what is being taught in the schools is a deliberate subterfuge to advance religion, you do have a constitutional case. So make of that what you will. That is the way
that I feel about the globe Earth. But I would need a judge very, very sympathetic to our epistemological arguments to agree with me.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Dan. Jaron's a fantastic guy, and even though he's not a mechanic or an engineer, he's incredibly thorough in his work. That behind the curve thing was like 3 years ago, and he was still first starting. He's done fantastic work, and he's a great radio host and a great video editor. So all in all, Jaron's fantastic. The problem is an engineer or mechanic doing it is that it'll be suggested that, of course, they found the curve as they were biased and misinterpreted data. I mean, I'm an engineer. My degree is in engineering. I'm a voice over IP engineer. I've done enough site surveys. I've used theodolite setting up communication equipment, doing long range microwave transmitters back in the U.S. before I moved. I don't think anyone would suggest me being biased, but if I don't get the right answer, I think everyone's going to say, whoever disagrees with me will say I'm biased. Teaching both, I think globe and flat would be so beneficial because so many people do not even realize that the globe isn't proven fact. Question everything in your Apple basket. That's my little sister. The one who's terrified that she's becoming an epistemological nihilist.
Well, good for her.
Exactly. She's growing up.
Yeah. She's in good company. Tell her Socrates was one.
Exactly. Yes. She hears me talk about him enough.
Yeah.
Wow, we've been going for 4 hours now, Ruth. We're killing it.
Yeah. Time flies, doesn't it, when you're having fun, I guess. So that was really enjoyable.
It really was. We should have another one soon where I can get some more preparation done. I didn't do the moon.
Yeah, well, the ISS was another potential topic, wasn't it? So perhaps, touch base on that. But otherwise, I'll just send me over an email or something, Joshua, and we can pick up from there. But thanks,
Absolutely.
thanks very much. It was really informative and very enjoyable. So I appreciate the opportunity to join you on the stream.
Thank you for coming. This is by far been one of the funnest I've had on YouTube. This is absolutely
Good,
great.
I'm glad.
You're a wonderful conversation. You're a wonderful conversation partner, and it's really crazy how just divided our backgrounds and literally even where we are and how similar we've aligned on so many things.
Yeah.
It's quite a cool affirmation to hear people who are walking the same path from so far away and are finding the same answers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the internet changes things nowadays, doesn't it? Because this flat earth model, for example, you would have been a minority in your town before. You wouldn't have come across other people who shared similar views. Whereas now people can, they can meet others like other similar minded people, can't they? Quite easily.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's the internet's a dangerous tool and it's been used for a lot of evil, but we're seeing some of the just absolute magnificent things that it can do, especially in terms of those who want to educate themselves now can. Like the barrier to entry to education is gone. If you want to study philosophy, the professor of Yale has all of his philosophy courses on YouTube, and he publishes his reading list, and you can just listen to him and you can do the reading, and you won't get credits, but who cares about the college anyway? He's a great professor.
Exactly.
I absolutely love this class. And it's just like you said, it's got good things. So
and I think I just will add one last thing, because something you mentioned earlier, Joshua, about going into mainstream academia. I think that's the problem, isn't it? Mainstream academia doesn't encourage alternative views. So there's no degree you can get in flat earthism, right?
No,
or there's no degree you can get in anti-evolutionism.
Right.
So
and they don't even teach epistemology. Like maybe there would be some advanced courses where your professor of philosophy would let you choose your own master's or doctorate and study epistemology. I've never seen an epistemology 101 class or even the philosophy of epistemology ever offered in any college catalog I've ever read. And I've helped place 100 students in colleges,
Yeah. So I think, these ideas generally have to go. You have to sort of build up your own sort of audience and just sort of try and figure out your own way of promoting and teaching them, really. But it's a shame, because as we said, that's one of the big drawbacks of modern education. It doesn't challenge people. It doesn't encourage people to challenge the status quo.
Right. And like here we have UK amateurs in the chat who's saying, I no way ascribe to your views, but I really enjoyed your show and your guest was awesome too. Like like that, that's what's lacking from mainstream academia. The fact that he doesn't agree with what we're saying, but he still is appreciating our approach and what I would say is our sincere intellectual honesty behind it, even if we totally disagree.
Exactly. And that's all we ask for, isn't it? People to be a little bit open-minded, whereas many globe earthers won't even give you the time of day. They'll just shut you down immediately. And it's that bias and prejudice which kicks in.
And UK
sure.
amateurs, if you want to come on and explain to me what your views are, I would love to listen to you. If you want to send me an email at sinceregeodesy@gmail.com, I would absolutely love a chance to chat with you. It doesn't need to be 4 hours. If you don't.
I wasn't planning on 4 hours either, but it just, wow, time just went so quick.
It was awesome. Like I haven't even noticed. I didn't even eat today. I came from class and then I was prepared for the Moon show, and then I jumped on the show, and like it didn't even cross my mind. It's just been so enjoyable. Thank you so much.
We'll definitely go get something to eat.
Yeah,
definitely go get something to eat now, and I'll so I'll leave the studio now, Joshua, right?
All right. Take care, Nairobi.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Bye.
Take care.
Wow, what a wonderful conversation. That was a pure delight. Thank you guys so much for watching. I think I held like 5 or 6 viewers the whole time, and I have like 90 subscribers. That's a lot for me. I'm crushing. Dan, thank you so much for being here. UK amateurs, I really appreciate you sticking around, even though you don't agree with us. That's totally a real offer. If you want to come on and explain to me some things you agreed with us on, why you stuck around, and then tell me about some of the things you don't. Benton G, good morning from San Diego. You guys are all awesome. I'm going to be starting a podcast next week on the channel Good Morning from Vietnam. It's just a new channel because it won't solely be about flat earth. It'll be more about modern events, kind of like what I was talking about with economy and things like that. And then since I live in Vietnam, I'm going to be doing an all-night special for the election. So starting at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, me and my friend will be running all the way through. We'll probably be drinking some beers. We'll be doing some day drinking. And we're going to go until the election is called, no matter who it's called for. So that should be a blast. I'm trying to find the link real quick here. Found it. I'm going to drop that in the chat. Thank you again, guys. I really appreciate you all sticking around. Check out that other channel. I've already got the podcast and the stream for the election scheduled, so you can see when they're coming. The first one will be about how Trump lost my vote in 2020. You guys already saw the preview of that. It's economy related. So I'll go into those charts a lot more, and I'll explain a little bit more, and I'll go into some evidence of where China has the money and things like that, and what happened in 1971, and what happened in 1946, and what happened in 1913. So, good morning from Vietnam, guys. Thank you again. Have a wonderful day.